Okay. Fork. You're telling me you do not like when I put. Wait, don't I got water up there? Do I bore you? Oh no, wet. Oh no. You don't ever go to sleep, do ya? She's a night owl. A night owl. Pass out. Pass that tree. Good grief. Potholes or ice holes? Bumpy. Back to work. All right, so let me get these headphones and my earphones. The Trump administration has also encouraged foreign investors to invest tens of billions of dollars to build data centers here in the United States. And if that wasn't enough, President Trump has also been working to broker deals with private companies here in the United States to invest hundreds of billions of dollars to build more data centers here in the United States. And then, of course, we have semiconductors, which are kind of like the brains for all of our computers. And the United States government has already allocated hundreds of billions of dollars to semiconductor manufacturing through the CHIPS and Science Act. Now, the CHIPS Act was actually signed during the Biden administration, but the Trump administration is now working to impose tariffs on countries around the world to incentivize companies to buy these semiconductors and chips from other companies here in the United States, as opposed to countries like China. But again, that's not all. We've also seen the White House invest $10 billion into Intel to incentivize them to build more of these chips in the United States. And in November, Fortune released a piece talking about how Trump wants to rebuild America's manufacturing by investing in more semiconductors here in the United States. So, could this create an investment opportunity? Absolutely. Could we be in an AI bubble that's going to pop? Absolutely. Could we enter a recession and markets crash? Absolutely. But for financially savvy investors, if you want to know where the government is allocating money, it is pretty clear that we're seeing more investment by the United States government into AI. So let me talk some specifics about ETFs that could benefit from this. But again, I'm not telling you what to invest in. I'm just showing you how to think like an investor. SKYY Sky is an ETF created by First Trust that gives you exposure to cloud computing, which can kind of give you exposure to AI infrastructure. If you want to get exposure to data centers, it's an ETF that's titled DTCR. This gives you exposure to companies that are in the data center and digital infrastructure business. If you want to get broad exposure to semiconductors, there's an ETF titled SOXX. This is an ETF created by iShares, which of course gives you exposure to semiconductors. And then if you just want broad exposure to AI and automation and that entire space of the application of AI, there's a couple of ETFs that are out there that are kind of popular. One is BOTZ bonds. Another one is CHAT Chat. BOTZ gives you exposure to robotics and AI stocks. CHAT Chat gives you exposure to, of course, gives you exposure to semiconductor, exposure to cloud computing. But where the government is allocating money, it is pretty clear that we're seeing more investment by the United States government into AI. So let me talk some specifics about ETFs that could benefit from this. But again, I'm not telling you what to invest in. I'm just showing you how to think like an investor. SKYY Sky is an ETF created by First Trust that gives you exposure to cloud computing, which can kind of give you exposure to AI infrastructure. If you want to get exposure to data centers, it's an ETF that's titled DTCR. This gives you exposure to companies that are in the data center and digital infrastructure business. If you want to get broad exposure to semiconductors, there's an ETF titled SOXX. This is an ETF created by iShares, which of course gives you exposure to semiconductors. And then if you just want broad exposure to AI and automation and that entire space of the application of AI, there's a couple of ETFs that are out there that are kind of popular. One is BOTZ bonds. Another one is CHAT Chat. BOTZ gives you exposure to robotics and AI stocks. CHAT Chat gives you exposure to generative AI and technology stocks. I'm going to say this again. Investing has risks. I'm not telling you what to invest in. I just want you to start thinking like an investor to understand where is money potentially moving? How can this create an opportunity? But I need you to think about the risks before you invest your money. So now let's move on to number two. But I should also say, for those of you that are investors or want to become an investor, I have a free investing masterclass where I walk you through how you get started as an investor and find hidden investment opportunities before everybody else. I'll even show you the exact framework that my firm and I use to research investment opportunities. And I use to research investment opportunities before they hit the headlines. This is a completely free masterclass, and when you register for it, we're also going to get access to market briefs, which is my newsletter for investors, completely free as a complimentary bonus. And at the end of the masterclass, for those of you that are interested, I'll present you the opportunity to purchase research from my firm. That way, my firm can do the work, and then you can see the investment opportunities based off of the research that my firm does. So if you want to get the investing masterclass and market briefs all for free, All you have to do is register at the link for you down in the description below. The second place where the United States government is putting a lot of focus, time, energy, and money is into rare earths. Rare earths are a group of metals that are used to build pretty much everything from technology to defense to energy systems. And previously, the United States, along with many countries around the world, have been sourcing these rare earth metals directly from China because they're the leading refiner of these rare earths. Well, now, because of all the tariffs that the United States government has put onto China, because the United States government wants to become more independent, China is restricting these rare earth exports into the United States. And this is where the Trump administration wants to do a few things. Number one, the Trump administration is working to build our own rare earth supply chain here in the United States so we can become less dependent on China. Number two, the Trump administration is working to build more global partnerships with other countries like Australia and Japan. That way we can become less dependent on China and other countries around the world, but also then buy less rare earths from China. And number three, the Trump administration is working to invest money from the United States government into private companies here in the United States to encourage these companies to build more rare earths here in the United States. More specifically, the United States government has invested hundreds of millions of dollars into the MP material stock to encourage them to build more stuff here in the US. Could this create an investment opportunity for you? Maybe. Personal finance is personal. I can't tell you what to invest in. What we do know is that the United States government has committed $1 billion to rebuild our rare earth supply chain here in the United States. So if this is something that you're interested in, again, I can't tell you what to invest in. Here are a few ETFs that you may want to consider. REMX. This is an ETF created by VanEck, which gives you exposure to rare earths and strategic metals companies. If you wanted to be a little bit more broad and invest in metals and mining companies, you can consider PICK. This is an ETF by iShares that gives you exposure to global metals mining producers. Or if you want to be even more speculative, more risky, you can invest in some of the companies that the United States government is investing their money into. For example, LYSDY. This is a company called Linus, which is an Australian company, but the United States government has invested their money into it. And then, of course, like I mentioned earlier, MP Materials. MP Materials, ticker symbol MP. This is a company here in the United States that specializes in this type of rare earths. Investment opportunity number three is American industry. We know that the Trump administration, the United States government is investing their money into. For example, LYSDY. This is a company called Linus, which is an Australian company, but the United States government has invested their money into it. And then, of course, like I mentioned earlier, MP Materials. MP Materials, ticker symbol MP. This is a company here in the United States that specializes in this type of rare earths. Investment opportunity number three is American industry. We know that the Trump administration is focused on bringing business and manufacturing back into the United States. And there's a few reasons why we're seeing this happen. Number one is because of national security. If we could produce more products here in the United States, we'd become less reliant on other foreign countries to produce all of our products. Number two, this is happening because of tariffs. The United States government is taxing goods coming from foreign countries into the United States, which effectively makes it more expensive to manufacture in China or India or Mexico to incentivize businesses to move their manufacturing back here into the United States. And then, of course, it's just number three, economic competitiveness, because the Trump administration is pushing more for the Made in America tag. Now, I want to make it clear. My goal here is not to be political. I really don't care who is in the White House. My goal is for you to be better with money. And the reality is this is building on top of what the Biden administration did as well, because the Biden administration signed a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill, which that money is still being used today. And this is where the Trump administration is working to build more manufacturing on top of it. Trump administration has secured a $550 billion investment from Japan to invest manufacturing in the United States. And Trump's new tax plan, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, is incentivizing businesses with tax breaks to bring the manufacturing back in the United States. So if you believe that American manufacturing and infrastructure has more upside, there are ETFs that can give you exposure to that. Again, can't tell you what to invest in, just examples. So you can start thinking like an investor. ETF number one is XLI. This is created by a company called Spider, SPDR, and this gives exposure to industrial companies, things like aerospace and defense. Number two is VIS. This is created by a company called Vanguard, which is again giving exposure to industrials. This ETF invests in stocks that convert unfinished goods into finished products here in the United States. Then you have PAVE. This is an ETF that specializes in investing in infrastructure and development companies. These are stocks that specialize in producing raw materials and heavy equipment and engineering and construction stuff here in the United States. And then a little bit differently, you have XTN. This is focused more on transportation. So this is created by Spider SPDR, which gives you exposure to railroads and trucking and freight because if we have more manufacturing here in the United States, you have to transfer more goods from one place to the other in the United States as well. Investment opportunity number 4 is defense. And when the United States government now talks about defense, it isn't just about tanks and guns, it's also about border enforcement, immigration, and geopolitical defense. So if we take a look at where the money is moving, the Trump administration is now proposing the largest budget ever for defense in response to the rising geopolitical tensions with countries like China and the Middle East and Russia. The Trump administration is also allocating more money for mass deportations here in the United States. And what that means financially is when somebody gets deported here in the United States, you first get sent to a detention center, a private prison. And these private prisons get their money from none other than the United States government. So if more people are getting deported, more money goes to those private prisons. Now, this is where I want to make something very clear. A good investment decision has to make 3 types of sense. Number 1, it has to make legal sense. I don't want you doing legal things. Number 2, it has to make financial sense. You want to invest your money where you're going to see an upside. But number 3, it also has to make moral sense. I'm not going to be the judge of your moral compass. My goal is not to tell you what to believe in. My goal is to show you what's happening financially, and then you can put this compass together. That way you can make investment decisions based off of what's right for you. There are certain things that I will not invest in because they don't make sense for my moral compass, but I'm not here to tell you what to believe in. So let's break this down. Number 1 is XLI. This is created by SPDR Spider, and this is giving me exposure to the industrial defense stocks. And then there's ITA. Again, this is created by iShares. This is giving me exposure to aerospace and defense companies here in the United States. And when it comes to private prisons, there are no private prison ETFs that I know of, but there are private prison stocks on the stock market that have benefited from the Trump administration doing more deportations. Again, I'm not telling you what to invest in, just trying to get you to think like an investor. And last but definitely not least is energy. And this is where this whole video is going to go full circle, because in the beginning of this video, I talked about AI infrastructure, and I said I'll come back to that. Well,
howdy, y'all. If you live in a Texas zip code and got 0 DUIs in 5 years, listen up. I was an insurance agent 30 years, and what I'm fixing to tell you could save up to 80%. Here's what they don't want y'all to know. Texas drivers pay the most for car insurance in the country, especially because of uninsured drivers crashing into folks and jacking up the rates for everyone. Y'all heard about that 2025 leak? Insurance companies are in hot water for overcharging good Texas drivers up to 80%. We called insured drivers here sitting ducks, the ones dumber than a bag of hammers we'd wrangle for commissions. But here's the dirty secret. If you're in Texas, they won't tell you you can lower your rate right now. They're happy keeping you overpaying, grinning all the way to the bank while you foot the bill. My neighbor Ezra from San Antonio, clean record, was paying $180 a month for 15 years straight. I told him, check my new website. He did, and found the same coverage for $72. Saved 60% just filling out that form through my site. You can't beat that with a stick. After 30 years in insurance, here's the truth, no 2 ways about it. If you live in Texas and got 0 DUIs the last 5 years, you're being overcharged. But they ain't going to call y'all with a better rate. Why would they? You're paying too much already. I'd quietly tell my favorite clients, be proactive. AI infrastructure, and I said I'll come back to that. Well, let's come back to that. Energy isn't just about oil anymore. It's about power grids and powering up data centers and AI tools and becoming energy independent here in the United States. But the reason why energy is so interesting, because on one hand, we want to become more energy independent and rely less on foreign countries for energy here in the United States. And on the other hand, we are making huge investments into AI and technology, which has a huge energy requirement because all of those data centers, all those computer chips require a lot of energy. And this huge demand and need for energy is where the Trump administration is looking to make investments again to help boost the energy industry. For example, the Trump administration has created the National Energy Dominance Council so we can become more energy independent. President Trump has said that he wants this to be a golden era for American energy. The Trump administration is taking money away from green energy funds and allocating that money towards fossil fuels and nuclear energy. And finally, we're seeing a new renewed push for nuclear energy here in the United States. Can this create an investment opportunity for you? Maybe. But if this is something that you're interested in, here are a few ETFs that you can consider. Again, not telling you what to invest in, just want you to, you got it now,
Think like an investor. XLE is an ETF that gives you exposure to the traditional energy space, oil and gas. BDE is created by Vanguard. It's also giving exposure to energy, but this is a little bit more of a broad energy play that gives exposure to broad energy stocks. XLU was created by SPDR Spider. This is giving exposure to utility companies, electricity, natural gas, transmission. So these are a lot of the companies that are powering data centers. Then, of course, NLR. This is created by Van Eck, which is giving you exposure to nuclear and uranium stocks. So what every smart investor wants to know is, where is the money moving? And we know that the largest spender in our economy is none other than the United States government. And through the new 2026 spending plan, we can see that the United States government wants to allocate money into 5 places. Number 1, into artificial intelligence, into rare earths, into American industry, into defense and energy. This can create an investment opportunity, but you have to know how to analyze your investments. Again, I have a free investing masterclass for you down in the description, which can help you learn how to be a better investor. But just because money is moving into an industry doesn't guarantee that your stock or your ETF is going to go up. We could see a recession. You could see a market crash. You could invest into a company that didn't manage to cash flow or has a bad CEO, even though the industry is starting to grow. This is where you have to pay attention to. Number 1, where's the money moving? But then find a good investment in the industry as well. And when you find those 2 things, that's where you can find some of the biggest investment opportunities. But of course, investing has risks. Now, if you got value out of this video, the best thank you is a referral. So if you could, please share this video with a friend, family member, colleague, or fellow investor, that we continue to spread this type of financial education. Thank you. It is getting harder than ever for the average person to get a job and build wealth because traditional entry-level skills are now being automated by AI. But this is the silver lining, because for those of you that are go-getters that want to go the extra mile, this shift is going to create more millionaires than ever before. And yes, I'm about to show you will apply whether you work a job, business.
See this house in Dallas? I can invest in it for just the taxes. Here's how.
When someone fails to pay their property taxes, the government actually creates certificates on that debt. You can buy that debt from the government by paying the tax.
So not too long ago, I had the pleasure of introducing you all to the newest project of the channel, an abandoned Phaeton W12 that I bought off Facebook Marketplace for just £3,500. Since then, we've explored all of its unique features, done a deep dive into its troubled past, more importantly, begun the restoration process. In the previous episode, we got to work on some very overdue maintenance, like changing out the 10-year-old engine oil and discovering air filters from 2006. We also dismantled the complete front end to refresh the auxiliary system, and crucially, to get access to the problematic alternator that's been plaguing this car with charging issues. Thankfully, since then, the Phaeton's been all good and running well, but there's still plenty to do, and that's the plan for today, continuing straight on from where we left off, but with a larger focus on the underside and its various components. Now, before we get into all of that, I thought I'd just update you folks on some workshop stuff, as I have been MIA for a few months. I recently called in the guys at Garage Style to install some more of their grey tiles in the main area, and that's because the existing floor paint had just been taking a battering recently, so I thought I'd just give the videos a bit of an optics upgrade. It just looks much more professional and in keeping with all of these various different projects that I want to work on going forward. And the great thing with this is if we ever move from this space, I can just pick them up and take them with me. So yeah, definitely recommend checking these guys out if you want something similar. They did a great job with the installation, getting it nice and flush around things like the 2-post lift. And as you know, details like this matter. Right, so we're going to begin today's Phaeton innings by fulfilling a promise I made in episode 1, and that's to get the underside completely dry ice blasted. The place in question for this undertaking was the conveniently named Ice Blasters, based out of Northampton. They're a pretty well-known company for this service in the UK, work on all sorts of fancy machinery. For those of you who aren't too familiar with what dry ice even is, it's essentially solid carbon dioxide, and it's been used in a variety of industries over the years, but more recently has gained a lot more popularity in the automotive space. The process itself isn't overly abrasive. It involves firing small pellets of solid CO2 at the surface via an air compressor. And unlike regular ice or media blasting, there's no secondary waste, as these CO2 pellets literally turn to gas on impact. So all you have to do is clean up the dirt that comes off the thing in question. In the past, I've spent countless hours with microfibers and spray chemicals, but the end results were never worth the amount of time that I had to put in. So I knew when it came to restoring this magnificent machine, dry ice was going to be the way to go, especially if we want this thing looking as close to factory fresh as possible. So yeah, sit back for the process. Now, one of the biggest benefits of such a precise cleaning method like this was that it allowed you to look for any damage or imperfections that might have been hiding underneath all of that mud. This was especially important as VW opted not to fit the Phaeton with any side undertrays. Instead, it has what I can only describe as the thickest factory underseal I've ever seen on a car. It became more visible as the dirt lifted. It's got a yellow textured finish. Contrast this to something like the Passat, where it's just smooth metal in the same color as the body, which you just had to hope some plastic under tray had saved from any rust or stone chips. Fun fact, the only reason I knew this yellow tint was factory spec was due to this strange old advert I found, where Volkswagen decided to showcase their new luxury car upside down for whatever reason. But yeah, overall, things were looking good. The dry ice itself isn't abrasive enough to damage any of the coating, but nothing even as minor as a pinched fuel line or underbody scrape presented itself. So all in keeping with this Phaeton's clean car vertical report stating that it was indeed accident-free. Look, I know in previous episodes we did find scuffs on the bodywork, but I think that's more from trying to maneuver this behemoth on tight UK roads rather than a full-on collision. With the real crash damage stuff, you normally find all sorts of havoc underneath in addition to what's obvious. And the great thing about Car Vertical is it gives you photographs of the vehicle if it ever passes through a salvage auction. Take this unfortunate case of a Panamera. It was marked down as non-structural damage by the insurance, despite looking like an absolute state. But at least if it was repaired and you were interested in buying it, these photos in the report would help give you a bit more context on the crash and actually show that it's far worse than your average Category N and looks more like the Category S vehicles that we see. Not to mention the huge amount of other information on tap, such as whether or not the vehicle was ever stolen, timeline of any ownership changes or mileage rollbacks, or just if there's any outstanding financial commitments on it in addition to what you've seen. Definitely was a bit of an experience filming that. It was like standing in a sandstorm for the most part. But big thanks to the Ice Blasters for their involvement on this project. And without further ado, here's the end result of all of their hard work. Now, I've noticed in the last few videos, there seems to be a lot of talk about Touareg R50s in the comment section. I'm not so sure where that's come from. Very rare car, quite niche. And it is the last sort of part to the R trio that I need to finish off. But check this, I've even managed to find a car vehicle report of one that's got a dodgy history. You never would have thought that would happen, considering there's so few of them. But we'll have a look at the screen together. 2010 in Biscay blue, as it should be. Quite odd because it's normally 2008. But look at the state of this mileage. That must be the craziest rollback I've ever seen. I don't know how they got away with it. They sort of chopped the mileage and, well, they knocked off like 70,000, which is insane. And then carried on driving it and going about their business. But yeah, it goes to show what's out there, even if it is a supposed rare car. Is a V10 TDI something that you'd like to see? That's something that I'll let you guys decide. To help keep yourself safe and covered from all of this dodgy activity in the motor trade, make sure you go down and click the link in my description to save a bit of money on your own car vertical report. Or alternatively, you can use the code which is TRH. But yeah, back to the task in hand, the Phaeton W12, now that it's been blasted with some dry ice. There were a few areas that we didn't touch, for example, these various radiators. I did mention it. You remove the mask.
But I,
Do not tell me that you are cursed.
no, it's not that. It's
Besides,
Telling you, I'm gonna keep cutting his pay until he finally gets fed up, quits on his own. Eventually, he'll leave, and I won't have to deal with working with these people anymore. Man, I never should have hired him.
So this is what it is. Evidence saved.
Willie Patterson thought he was untouchable. For 3 years, he ran his construction supply company with an iron fist and a dark secret that would eventually destroy everything he built. What he didn't know was that one phone call captured through a half-open office window on a warm September afternoon would expose him as exactly what he was, a racist employer who deliberately cheated his hardest worker out of thousands of dollars simply because of the color of his skin. Before we continue, where are you watching from? If this story interests you, please hit that subscribe button, because what happens next shows exactly why documenting workplace discrimination is so important. So, Jeremiah Washington started working at Patterson Construction Supply in January 2019. He was 34 years old, had 2 kids, and needed steady work after his previous employer went out of business. The job paid $20 per hour to start, which wasn't great, but it was honest work. Willie Patterson, the 51-year-old owner, shook his hand during the interview and told him he'd have opportunities to grow. What Jeremiah didn't know was that every other worker in the warehouse started at 25 per hour. The company wasn't huge. Willie employed about 12 people total: warehouse workers, delivery drivers, and 2 office staff members who handled invoices and customer calls. The warehouse stored building materials like lumber, concrete, pipe, and tools that contractors would order for construction jobs around the county. Jeremiah quickly became the backbone of the operation. He arrived 30 every single day. He organized the warehouse system so efficiently that order fulfillment time dropped by half. He trained new employees. He stayed late without being asked when big shipments came in. He never called in sick, not once in 3 years. The other workers noticed. They would tell Willie that Jeremiah was the best worker they'd ever seen. Customers specifically asked for Jeremiah when they had complicated orders because he never made mistakes. He knew where every single item was located in that 15,000 square foot warehouse. But something strange started happening with Jeremiah's paychecks. In month 4, his hourly rate dropped to $21. Jeremiah noticed immediately when he checked his pay stub. He thought it was an accounting error. He went to Willie's office and politely pointed it out. Willie barely looked up from his computer and said the company was making adjustments based on performance reviews. Jeremiah was confused because nobody had reviewed his performance, but he didn't push it. He did the job. 2 months later, it dropped to $19.50. This time, Jeremiah was more concerned. He'd been working harder than ever. The warehouse had its most profitable quarter in company history, and Willie had a thank team in a meeting. How could his pay be going down during the best period the company ever had? Willie's explanation was, he said material costs were up and he had to reduce labor expenses. Jeremiah asked if everyone else was taking pay cuts too. Willie told him that wasn't his concern and to get back to work. Jeremiah started paying closer attention. He became friendly with Robert, one of the delivery drivers who'd been there for about a year. During lunch breaks, they'd talk about normal stuff: sports, weekend plans, bills. One day, Robert mentioned he was happy because Willie just bumped him up to $20 per hour. Jeremiah felt something cold settle in his stomach. Robert was a decent worker, but he showed up late at least once a week and had backed the delivery truck into a pole just 2 months earlier. Jeremiah made a decision that day to quietly figure out what was really happening. Over the next few weeks, Jeremiah carefully asked the other workers about their pay. Not directly, because that would seem weird, but in casual conversation, he'd mentioned how expensive rent was getting, and people would naturally talk about their wages. What he discovered made him sick. Every single worker in that warehouse was making more than him. The newest hire, a 19-year-old kid named Tommy, who'd started just 6 weeks ago, was making $20 per hour. The office administrator was at 26. The senior warehouse worker made 29. Robert, the delivery driver who hit a pole, was at 27s. Jeremiah, the most experienced, reliable, and productive worker in the entire company, was making $50. There was one obvious difference between Jeremiah and every other employee at Patterson Construction Supply. He was the only Black person working there. Month 9 arrived and Jeremiah's pay dropped again. this time to $18 per hour. He had to do something. His wife was asking why their bank account kept getting smaller, despite him working 50-hour weeks. He was skipping lunches to save money. They were behind on their electric bill. Meanwhile, he was watching Willie drive up in a new truck that probably cost $60,000. Jeremiah requested a formal meeting with Willie. He prepared for it like a lawyer preparing for trial. He brought his pay stubs showing the declining wages. He'd printed out the original job offer that said $20 per hour. He had notes about his contributions to the company, the organizational system he created, the zero error rate on his orders, the extra hours he worked. The meeting lasted 8 minutes. Willie sat behind his desk with his arms crossed while Jeremiah laid out everything. He showed the pay stubs. He explained very respectfully that he didn't understand why his wages kept dropping when his performance kept improving. He said he knew other workers were making significantly more. He asked politely for an explanation. Willie's response was cold and simple. He said he paid people what he thought they were. He said if Jeremiah didn't like it, there was the door. He said the construction supply business had plenty of people looking for work, and Jeremiah was replaceable. Then Willie said something that made Jeremiah's hands shake. He said, and these were his exact words, "You're lucky to be making anything at all, given your situation." What situation? Jeremiah asked. Willie just smiled and told him to get back to work. Jeremiah left that office knowing the truth, but having no way to prove it. Discrimination is illegal, but it's also really hard to prove. Willie was smart enough not to say the racist part out loud. How do you prove what someone is thinking? How do you prove that your pay is different because of race and not just some other excuse your boss makes up? He went home that night and almost quit. His wife said they'd figure something out. She worked as a nursing assistant and made decent money, but not enough to cover everything on her own. They had 2 kids who needed shoes and school supplies and food. Jeremiah felt trapped. That's when his brother gave him some advice that would change everything. His brother worked in human resources at a hospital and knew employment law. He told Jeremiah that if Willie was discriminating, he'd probably slip up eventually. Racist people can't help themselves. They get comfortable and say what they really think. The key was to document everything and be ready when that moment came. Maya started to keep detailed records. Every pay stub, every conversation, every time Willie treated him differently than other workers. He wrote down dates and times. He kept emails. He was building a file. Month 11 arrived. Jeremiah's hourly pay dropped to $17. He requested another meeting with Willie. This time, he didn't bring documentation or try to negotiate. He simply asked why this kept happening. He kept his voice steady and just asked the question, why does my pay keep going down? Willie's face turned red. He stood up from his desk and started yelling. He said Jeremiah was ungrateful. He said he was tired of the complaining. He said Jeremiah should be happy to have a job at all instead of constantly whining about money. Jeremiah kept his composure. He said he wasn't trying to be difficult, but this didn't seem fair or legal. He mentioned that discrimination based on race was against federal law. That word discrimination made Willie explode. He came around the desk and got close to Jeremiah's face. He told him to never accuse him of anything like that again. He said if Jeremiah brought it up one more time, he'd be fired immediately, and Willie would make sure he never worked anywhere in the county again. So Jeremiah left the office. He walked through the warehouse, out the back door, and stood in the parking lot trying to calm down. His heart was pounding. He'd never been spoken to like that. The threat was clear: shut up and take the unfair pay or lose everything. He was about to get in his car when he realized he'd left his water bottle inside. He walked back around the building toward the rear entrance. That's when he heard Willie's voice coming from the office window. The window was open about 6 inches because the air conditioning in Willie's office had been broken for a week. Willie was on the phone and he was laughing, actually laughing. Jeremiah stopped walking. He stood beside the window, out of sight, and listened. Willie was talking to someone he called his friend from high school. He was recounting what just happened with Jeremiah. He was laughing about how mad Jeremiah had gotten. Then Willie said something that Jeremiah knew he needed to record. Jeremiah pulled out his phone as quietly as possible. His hands were shaking, but he managed to open the voice recorder app and hit the red button. He held the phone near the window. Willie's voice came through clearly. I'm telling you, I'm going to keep cutting his pay until he finally gets fed up and quits on his own. I'm down to 17 now. I'll probably drop him to 16 next month. Eventually he'll leave and I won't have to deal with working with these people anymore. His friend on the other end apparently asked what he meant by these people because Willie's next words were even clearer. Black people, man. I never should have hired him. My mistake. But I can't just fire him for no reason because then I'd have a lawsuit. So I'm making it so miserable that he'll quit. Then it's his choice. And I don't have to worry about it. The friend said something else and Willie responded, I know. But what's he going to do? He's got no proof of anything. I pay him less. He gets mad. He quits. And yeah, that's the end of it. There's no law against paying people different amounts. Jeremiah stood there recording for another 2 minutes. Willie kept talking, kept laughing, kept explaining his strategy to make the work environment so unbearable that Jeremiah would leave on his own. He talked about how he couldn't stand having to see Jeremiah every day. He used language that I won't repeat here, but it was clear, racist, and exactly the kind of evidence that employment lawyers dream about. When the conversation finally ended, Jeremiah stopped the recording. He stood there for a moment, looking at his phone, hardly believing what he just captured. He got in his car and sat there for 20 minutes, listening to the recording over and over. Willie's voice was crystal clear. The intent was obvious. The racism was undeniable. Jeremiah had exactly what he needed. That night, he didn't sleep. He researched employment lawyers in the area. He found one named Helen Cruz, who specialized in workplace discrimination cases. Her website showed she'd won several major cases against employers who violated civil rights laws. Jeremiah sent her an email at 2 a.m. explaining his situation and asking if she'd listened to the recording. She called him at 9 the next morning. They met that afternoon. Jeremiah brought every pay stub, every piece of documentation, and played the recording. Helen listened to the whole thing twice. When it finished the second time, she looked at Jeremiah and told him he had one of the clearest cases of racial discrimination she'd seen in 15 years of practice. Here's what makes workplace discrimination illegal. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits employers from discriminating against employees based on race, color, religion, sex, or national origin. This includes decisions about hiring, firing, pay, job assignments, promotions, and other terms of employment. What Willie was doing, paying Jeremiah less specifically because he was Black, violated federal law. The recording proved intent, which is usually the hardest part of discrimination cases. Helen explained Jeremiah's options. He could file a complaint with the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, which is the federal agency that handles discrimination claims. The EEOC would investigate and potentially sue Willie on Jeremiah's behalf. Or Helen could send Willie a letter laying out the evidence in the lawsuit Jeremiah was prepared to file, giving Willie a chance to settle before everything became public. Jeremiah chose the second option. He wanted Willie to know that he knew. He wanted Willie to understand that trying to quietly force out a Black employee through pay cuts wasn't going to work. Helen drafted a letter that was professional but devastating. It outlined the timeline of pay reductions. It noted that Jeremiah was the only Black employee and the lowest paid worker despite having the best performance record. It referenced the recording, including several direct quotes from Willie. It explained the multiple violations of federal employment law, and it demanded $85,000 in compensation for lost wages and emotional distress, plus a written apology and policy changes at the company. The letter gave Willie 10 days to respond before they filed a formal lawsuit. Willie received the letter on a Friday afternoon. According to what Jeremiah heard later, Willie initially thought it was a bluff. He called his own lawyer, who told him this was extremely serious and he needed to hear the recording before they decided anything. Willie refused to believe Jeremiah had actually recorded him. There was no way. He'd been in his office with the door closed. How could Jeremiah possibly have captured that conversation? His lawyer insisted on hearing it before they responded to Helen's letter. Willie finally reluctantly admitted that his office window had been open that day. The lawyer's response was apparently not pleasant. Willie had handed Jeremiah a perfect case. The lawyer listened to the recording and told Willie he had three options: settle, fight, and probably lose while spending a fortune on legal fees, or settle. It wasn't really three options. But Willie was stubborn and proud. He didn't want to pay Jeremiah anything. He told his lawyer to send a response rejecting the settlement demand. He claimed the recording was illegal because Jeremiah didn't have permission to record him. This is where Willie made his second major mistake. Recording laws vary by state, but in most places, you can record a conversation if you're in a public area or if there's no reasonable expectation of privacy. Willie was speaking loudly near an open window in a parking lot area where employees regularly walked. Any lawyer could argue there was no privacy. Helen knew this. Willie's lawyer should have known this. Helen responded by filing a formal lawsuit in federal court. Once she did that, everything became public record. The local newspaper got hold of the case and ran a story. Local business owner accused of racial discrimination and base scheme. The article included details from the lawsuit, including some of the quotes from Willie's recorded phone call. The story was shared hundreds of times on social media. People in the community were outraged. Patterson Construction Supply had been around for 20 years. People had no idea Willie held these views. Contractors started canceling their accounts. Nobody wanted to be associated with a racist business owner. Willie's supplier relationships started falling apart because those companies didn't want the bad publicity either. Within 2 weeks of the lawsuit being filed, Patterson Construction Supply lost of its customer base. Willie finally understood how serious this was. His lawyer strongly advised him to settle before this got worse. The evidence was overwhelming. If this went to trial, Willie would lose, and the judgment would likely be much higher than what Jeremiah was asking for. Plus, all the details would be publicized even more. 3 weeks after the lawsuit was filed, Willie agreed to settle. The settlement terms were negotiated over several days. Helen pushed for everything she could get. Willie's business was hemorrhaging money from the lost customers, so he didn't have unlimited resources to fight a long legal battle. The final settlement included several parts. First, Willie had to pay Jeremiah $85,000. This covered the wages Jeremiah should have earned if he'd been paid fairly like the other workers, plus compensation for the discrimination and emotional distress, plus Jeremiah's legal fees. He had to pay an $18 fine to the state's Civil Rights Enforcement Division. This is separate from what he paid Jeremiah. This fine was punishment for violating state employment discrimination laws. Third, Willie had to issue a written apology to Jeremiah acknowledging the discrimination. Fourth, Willie had to implement mandatory anti-discrimination training for himself and any employees. Fifth, and this was Helen's idea, Willie had to post a notice in his business explaining that the company had violated anti-discrimination laws and had been required to compensate an employee for racial discrimination. Willie signed the settlement agreement in early December, about 10 weeks after Jeremiah recorded that phone call. The $85,000 payment to Jeremiah was made within 5 days. The $18,000 fine was paid to the state. But the settlement money wasn't the real punishment for Willie. The real punishment was watching his business collapse. By the time the settlement was finalized, Patterson Construction Supply had lost more than half its customers. The story had spread throughout the construction community. Willie's reputation was destroyed. Contractors didn't want to work with him. Suppliers were cutting ties. Employees were quitting because they didn't want to be associated with the company. Willie tried to rebuild. He issued public apologies. He claimed he'd learned from his mistakes. He offered discounts to try to win back customers. Nothing worked. The community had made its decision about Willie Patterson 4 months after the settlement. In March of the following year, Patterson Construction Supply closed permanently. Willie filed for bankruptcy. The business he'd spent 20 years building was gone. The building was sold to pay off debts. The remaining employees had to find new jobs, all because Willie couldn't stand paying a black man fair wages. Let me be clear about something. Jeremiah didn't destroy Willie's business. Willie destroyed his own business. He made a choice to discriminate. He made a choice to underpay his best worker because of racism. He made a choice to threaten and intimidate rather than treat an employee fairly. Every consequence that followed came directly from those choices. What do you think?
Yeah, we know.
The government is banning this $39 electric lighter next month, and this is your last shot to get the original high-powered version.
According to a report from Kelley Blue Book, the average price for a new vehicle has cracked the $50,000 mark for the first time ever.
I seriously need to know why all these old faded headlight used cars are like over $9,000. They're literally building these cars so that you throw them away when they break. Literally, just throw them away when they break. Don't replace it. Don't fix it. Just throw it away.
It's your car payment, and what do you drive?
Just short of $2,700 a month. But every morning I have to decide if I'm going to drive the Tahoe Premier or Competition Expo.
It's official. Car dealers are struggling to sell their inventory, and consumers are not putting up with the increased prices. According to this November insight from Cox Automotive, looking at mainstream brands, recent inventory trends reveal that some manufacturers may be edging toward overstock territory as consumer demand shifts. Jeep's situation is even more pronounced, with a 24% jump in day supply and a 13% increase in inventory, driven by models like the Cherokee, Compass, and Wrangler, putting the brand at a high watermark for 2025 and close to having more vehicles than the market might absorb. You know what? I'm not surprised to hear that about Jeep. Those vehicles are notoriously unreliable, and there are way better choices in this market, such as Toyotas or Hondas, or those more reliable cars that will go for hundreds of thousands of miles. The bottom line is automakers are walking a fine line, and rising inventories could quickly shift from strategic flexibility to a liability if stock outpaces sales momentum. I'm always asking myself, how are people affording these cars that I'm seeing on the road? I see 50,000, 60,000, $100,000.
So I was checking out this doctor on the internet, and this doctor was talking about ways that people could die when they go to sleep. You know, ways that you could die, like things that you can do that would that could kill you. Things that you do before you go to sleep that could kill you. He gave an example of 5 things, starting with sleeping on your stomach. And these are things he said that can kill you early. May not kill you right away, may not kill you that night, just sleeping on your stomach that particular night. But over time, it does things to your body. So I wanted to share this with y'all, fam, because I love you for real. And I want you to be all right. I want you to be all right. Sleeping on your stomach isn't usually deadly, but it can strain your body in ways that may worsen health problems. You got to hear me out on this, fam, because I might just save your life. This man offered 5 things that could get you put you in a bad position before you sleep. 5 things that you can do that might contribute to you dying early. 5 things that you can do before you go to sleep, that could contribute to you dying early. So sleeping is number 1, but the 5th one will knock you off your feet. You're not going to see the 5th one coming at all. You're not going to see the 5th one coming at all. Let's start, though, with sleeping on your stomach. So the neck and spine compression. This position forces your neck to twist for hours, potentially compressing nerves and restricting blood flow. Chronic spinal misalignment can contribute to long-term nerve or breathing issues. Lying face down can make your chest work harder to expand, which can slightly reduce airflow, especially for people with asthma, obesity, or sleep apnea. If someone already has weak respiratory function, stomach sleeping might worsen nighttime oxygen levels. It won't kill most people, but it can worsen underlying issues that affect long-term health. Taking sleeping pills regularly. So sleeping pills ain't bad, but if you take them regularly, that could cause you some major issues. Many sleep medications, especially Z drugs, or mixing them with alcohol, can slow breathing. And some people This can dangerously decrease oxygen during sleep. Your body adapts, causing you to need more for the same effect, increasing the overdose risk. That makes a lot of sense. I've had situations where I had to take sleeping pills, especially like during like any time that I'm recording an album. If I was recording an album, I usually, I'm up, for 48 hours in a row. I could be up 48 hours in a row, sometimes longer. And I would just have to finally just have to take some type of sleeping agent so that I can get some rest. What happens over time is those sleeping agents starts to get weaker because you're taking it so much, the body becomes immune to the, what do they call it, the recommended dosage. And so you take more and then you mess around and overdose. So your body, so what happens is that it's dependence and tolerance. Your body gets dependent on it, and your body becomes also tolerant of the recommended dosage. And your body adapts, causing you to need more for the same effect, increasing the overdose risk. It worsens sleep apnea. These medications relax throat muscles, making breathing interruptions more severe. Regular use under medical supervision is sometimes safe, but regular unsupervised use raises real health risk. Eating a heavy meal at night. I've been guilty of this. A big late meal can affect your sleep and your long-term health. Reflux and aspiration risk. Large meals increase stomach acid. When you lie down, acid or food can move upward. In rare cases, people with severe reflux or certain conditions can aspirate, which means inhale stomach contents, which can cause pneumonia. It raises nighttime blood sugar and heart strain. Heavy fatty meals force your heart and digestive system to work harder during the time they should be recovering. Poor sleep quality. Fragmented sleep increases long-term risk of heart disease, obesity, and insulin resistance. So, family, it ain't gonna kill you immediately, but over time, it can raise long-term health risk significantly. Eating a heavy meal at night. Don't do it. Sleeping with your phone near your head. We've heard this. I used to do that. I just stopped doing that. I've been hearing about it, but I just started taking action a few months ago. But not only am I going to tell you, fam, what's going on with in these bad habits, but I'm going to give you some actionable things that you can do to mitigate your risk, right? So sleeping with your phone near your head. Phones near your head are not dangerous because of radiation. We've been told that it is dangerous because of radiation. But according to this report, phones near your head are not dangerous because of radiation. That risk is unsupported by current evidence. The real dangers come from sleep disruption, which makes a lot of sense. Blue light exposure. Notifications or screen glow can disrupt melatonin, the hormone responsible for deep restorative sleep. Restorative sleep. Micro arousals. Even vibrations or silent notifications activate your brain silently, reducing deep sleep. Chronic poor sleep is linked to
Randall, why is the water white?
That safeguard drainage unit.
Safeguard is what? Why am I?
Figure out how many pounds of gas you got.
These are the exact same bikes, but this one has stock alloy wheels, and this one has aftermarket carbon fiber wheels that cost almost $5,000. We hear the buzzwords about carbon wheels all the time, like less unsprung weight, less rotating mass, better handling, more sex appeal. Okay, fine. I might have added that last one myself. Obviously, physics doesn't lie, so I believe them. But I have never had the chance to test alloy and carbon wheels back to back to see how obvious the difference really is. Oh, and we're going to see how they're made at the BST factory to see why they have such a hefty price tag. Thank you to Rebel Horn for keeping me protected and sponsoring this video. This is Blackstone Tech, or BST, the biggest manufacturer of carbon fiber wheels in the world. You will have definitely heard of them if you've ever looked into carbon wheels. But what you probably didn't know is that they're a South African company, which means that I can just ride to their factory. So I did, but I got caught in the rain on the way there, so I showed up soaking wet. Not the best first impression. Luckily, my tour guide Ross was awesome, and as a fellow biker, he understood and immediately started showing me around. Right away, it's petrolhead heaven, with rare old Ducatis, 100% carbon Porsche wheels and off-road wheels, just in the entrance. And that's the first thing I learned. BST might be most famous for making carbon fiber motorcycle wheels, but they make way more carbon fiber things than just wheels. Like mountain bike frames for Piga, all sorts of parts for the aerial atom, and even the odd swing arm or tank for various manufacturers. And thanks to Triumph Centurion here in South Africa, I have this for the next 48 hours. A 2025 Speed Triple 1200 RS fitted with BST Rapid Tech wheels. And this is their demo bike. So if you're in the area and want to buy one, you can test ride this as well. And since I have my very own 2023 Speed Triple with stock wheels, we now have the best way to test BST wheels in the real world. Since there is nothing better than leather for sporty bikes, I'm going to wear this Rebel Horn Inferno jacket today. The quality is obvious just by its weight. There's also these stretchy infill panels, this lovely collar, there's lots of ventilation, and even comes with a detachable wind block vest for those chilly mornings. I've only ever ridden with carbon fiber wheels once before. I spent a day on a BMW M1000R in the Austrian Alps earlier this year, and although it was an incredibly easy and fun bike to ride, I honestly couldn't say that the wheels stood out to me. But then again, I was in a foreign country, riding on the opposite side of the road to what I'm used to, so I wasn't very focused on the wheels. Originally, I was tempted to take a wheel off of each of these bikes and weigh them to see what the difference actually is. But in reality, it's not going to be very scientific since they have different tires. This has a Metzler, that has a Pirelli. They will have worn differently, they'll have different wheel weights. So we're going to have to take BST's claims face value. They claim that their wheels weigh 40 to 60% less than stock wheels, which is huge considering its unsprung weight. A better illustration is a test Ross had me try. So hold that side like you would with block. And then move it to the side. And you feel like, yeah, it's quite loose. And then grab that one. Very obvious. It's the easiest way to practically show someone. I don't think it would be that extreme. That immediately made it very apparent that just like it was easier for me to change the angle of the carbon wheel, a lighter will be easier for your suspension to control, which is better for your tires. It should allow you to change direction of the bike quicker. At a standstill, when just picking the bikes up off of the stand, they feel pretty much identical. Like maybe the one here with the BSTs is ever so slightly lighter, but it might also just be that the tires are
Carbon fiber motorcycle frame. Frame.
newer and rounder, if that makes sense. Aesthetically, I'm not usually a huge fan of the way carbon fiber looks, which, yes, I know is sacrilege as a biker. And although I am a huge fan of the way that my bike's stock rear wheel looks, I have to admit that that BST Rapid Tech looks way more exotic and sexy.
We're willing to offer 185.
Welcome back to It Is What It Is. This episode is presented by Underdog. The NFL is rolling, the NBA is underway, and Underdog has got you covered. If you're new to Underdog, make sure y'all use code It Is What It Is and get $100 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 entry, win or lose. So we've been partners with Underdog for a long time, and trust me, y'all, this is the best offer they've ever dropped. Y'all don't want to miss it. Make sure y'all support the show, hit that subscribe button, lock in your bonus, and start playing today with code It Is What It Is. I'm Treasure Wilson, aka Stat Baby, along with your host, Mace and Cam. And today we are joined with our analyst, Maurice Clement.
Well, what's up, man?
I got a big quarter zip, baby.
Yeah, so
You know what, Bill? That is you.
I was just about to say, I take it that you seen yesterday's show.
I thank you for it. I thank you. I love you. I appreciate it. And I was interested. And like you said, my colleague, I felt professional. So it's only right. Stat gave me the nickname Quarter Zip Mo. So Stat, this is for you. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot of anger coming from her yesterday, Marvin. Like, that rivalry shit is kind of crazy. She just said, fuck the whole state. I was like, God damn. It was real offensive, man. But I felt the steam coming through the screen, boy. I was like, yo, Mo got on fire, and you killed him with a little like subtle shit. I like that.
Yes, I remember last year she put the whole Moesha music and you remember the Moesha intro, start running the bath water like she juggling. Remember all that. I will say this, man. Going to the game, driving up there from like probably like a mile before we got to the stadium. It was nuts, right? Literally from the time we entered, just like the whole little stadium area, it was all type of people just middle fingers at the bus. And I'm laughing. I'm thinking about the show. I'm thinking to myself, like, this is what rivalry's about. You know what I'm saying? It's middle fingers from the time you get on the set to the time you get to the stadium to the time you walking down the tunnel. You got the shoves and the pushes and all that. So it was just a crazy experience.
Yo, that's what's up, man. Well, congratulations on the win. Arabia got a whole nother year to figure it out. So, yeah.
Oh, and I told her I was gonna plant the flag. I was gonna put the flag up. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, no, I appreciate it. No, listen, man, I appreciate it. Then she start talking crazy in the comments, but we love you, Arabia. But I did my L last year. I learned. Look, she didn't understand, right? So I want to teach y'all something. So if you lose an argument one year, you have to learn how to position yourself the next year to win the argument. So you have to speak from a vantage point of a victor. And so she wasn't understanding. I didn't lay it low. Wait till I got my get back. And I had on the same quarter zip that I wore on the show, just so she could see me. So I still be wearing clothes 2-3 days in a row. It's all good though.
Oh yeah, I like that. I see you in the trenches, baby. Y'all remember where you came from, man. Yo, Mo, let me ask you this before the show started. Now, listen, man. We know that Indiana traditionally is a basketball state. But this year been looking kind of crazy, man. What's going to happen this weekend? Number one gives number two. It's kind of crazy. We didn't expect Indiana to be number two. What you think? I mean, of course, I know what you're going to say, but this is like it might be a dogfight.
Yeah, you might see me with these clothes on Saturday too. It's that type of time.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Nah, just so like you got to give credit where credit is due. It's a traditional basketball school, but Kurt Signetti, who's their coach, when you look at them on the film, they play great team football. You know what I'm saying? At the collegiate level, that does mean a lot. Obviously, we go in there with the expectation of winning, of doing what we've been doing. And my comfort comes from this. Our best, I feel, is better than they best. And so as long as we play our best, even if they play their best, I feel that our best is better than their best. And that goes from Matt Patricia, that goes to Ryan Day, that goes to Brian Hartline and our coaching staff that we have. I just feel our best is better than their best. And so, but that's what sports is all about. You have to show up and actually do what you say you're going to do and do the things that you were coached to do. And so, great quarterback. He's a Heisman candidate. And the thing I was talking to Nick about this before the show, like the elements of a good team is like good pursuit to the football once the ball is thrown. So when you kind of see them on defense, they mimic a lot of stuff that we do. And so, if you just want to watch a good game, Saturday night we play in Indy for the Big Ten championship. So it'll be a good game. But we go with the expectation that we win and we're setting the tone for the game. So that's the expectation. Tone for the game. So that's the expectation.
That'll be dope. We'll see what happens. And then also, Maurice, just in general, it's just been a winning year for you as a whole. So I just feel like your good energy, your good spirits, all that is just shining through. So shout out to y'all. But
I'm trying to tell you, settle down with the show, down with Ohio State business. I be trying to tell y'all, I think I'll be joking. So I think this is part of the winning flow. You know what I'm saying?
Let's hold the fuck up. One team is the Browns, man. Suffering in the NFL. Everybody suffering right now, man.
So hold on, look. So look, since I've been popping again, they actually shout. They said, "Yo, you got drafted. Even though you didn't play, you should invite." So I said, "I think I got to go."
Oh, nigga going back to Denver's crazy.
Come home with me.
I want to try. I got some more people that working for Denver.
So the dude who's in charge of inviting people will be an email, the official email with the header and all that stuff. And so he like, yo, DJ Williams, he played here. He's like, yo, I know things didn't work out. And so when you up, you want everybody to see you, right? Up that, right? And so he like, yo, Denver, accept the invitation.
Oh shit!
So, so technically we would.
I can't get mad at that. But I don't know, you on a different type of fire there. You on a different type of fire there, sonny. And we both got together. You on. I seen that in the comments when they doing a radius post. That somebody said, Mo got you 2-0. You wrote back how? He said Ohio and Denver. And I was like, oh, nigga going back to Denver's crazy. Okay, I understand it now.
Yeah, so, I don't know. No, but I just say, but this show is I'm part of all winning things. I'm proud to say it. I used to be part of losing shit, so I'm just part of a bunch of
Yeah, they wasn't mad with you then, Mo. They wasn't mad with you when you was losing.
No, and my Huskies won last night. They beat Kansas.
Yeah, Mo. Quarter zip.
Here we go.
Hey, look.
Here we go, the Huskies.
It's early. Hey, they beat Kansas. They ranked. It was a great game. In case y'all caught it, pause. So hey, share the good news.
Listen, man, I ain't mad at you, Mo.
That's not a big time.
Okay, so one of the biggest stories right now in college football. So now former Ole Miss coach Lane Kiffin has announced his decision to leave the school and coach LSU. So he will not be coaching Ole Miss in the playoffs. He has lined up most of his offensive staff to join him at LSU. So it's reported he told the staff they're not on the plane to Baton Rouge today. They won't have spot on staff. So Maurice, considering the circumstances and then just everything that's unfolding, what's going on, what we've seen. First, do you think that there's a right way to leave your team?
I think in this scenario, I don't think that there's any way that he was going to leave and people was going to accept it. And the main reason is this: Ole Miss hasn't been relevant since forever. And he took Ole Miss from oblivion and not relevant to basically being a powerhouse and having a chance to go win a championship. And when I looked at this looked like a more steroid version of like what Dion did for Jackson State, where no matter how much good you do for people, people are just mad to see you leave. And like even though they weren't really talked about, I'm talking about Jackson State prior to. And even though somebody came and bolstered the school up and brought relevance and brought ticket sales and brought you into a new spotlight, I just said that there's no right way to do it. Like how do you, when you divorce somebody, like what is the right time to leave your kids? I'm saying I don't know. And so I know Lane Kiffin catches a lot of flack for leaving, and you can nitpick it, with Mason came out like, understanding the circumstance of the situation. I just want to hear different people's viewpoints on it. Is there a right way to leave, or what is their thoughts on him leaving, Ole Miss to go to LSU, knowing that LSU has a little bit more prominence with the program, and Ole Miss isn't viewed in the same light as LSU per se.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting scenario, especially when it comes to somebody leaving a program as they're turning the program around. I think when you got a program that's turned into a situation where they're playing in the playoffs, that you always see one thing through. You leave when the time is feasible for yourself, but also for the people that you gave your word to and things of that nature. It's just what you do as a honorable person. Because leaving in the middle of them going to the playoffs and they never had relevancy, it's almost like cutting their legs off to go do the things that you feel like you were able to do or able to bring about. Because it is the success that you gathered here that's allowing them to want you over here. So I would definitely see that through. And then you made another interesting point about when you said when it did a good time to leave your kid, even if you're divorced, differently when it
But like, like my nigga surprised. This what he do his whole career. He get up and get out of there when he wants to. That nigga comes to Tennessee for like 3 hours. And left. They got a better job in USC. He goes to Tennessee for about 3.5 hours and say, yo, I think I gotta get out of here. USC is more attractive. And I'm gonna get the fuck. This is what he do. I don't know if niggas even trust Lane Kiffin to stay anywhere now. Of course, they must think that his coaching skills are great. You know what I'm saying? He comes under Nick Saban and all that. And all that other shit. But this, why is nigga surprised? This is what this nigga do. He never stays anywhere that long without a better opportunity. Now, I will say this. I love, Ole Miss. In the past, they've been really good. He brought them back to have notoriety, like Marcus said. But look, man, recruiting starts tomorrow, or today, rather. You got to get a jump. You wait, listen. No, you know this. What sound more attractive? Ole Miss or LSU? If you trying to if you trying to recruit, what's more attractive, my nigga?
That's the short ad. Yeah, I will. Thanks for making this point, just out of respect. But this is the point. This is the conversation I want to have.
Damn, I get straight to it, nigga. Listen, my nigga. What's it's no disrespect to Mississippi. I think wonderful people out there, wonderful state. But it is some niggas stealing from the government, no welfare shit out there. Taking from the black people, giving it to the white people for a volleyball court or something crazy shit, or whatever the fuck it is. It's still a good old boy state now. Let's not get that fucked up. Secondly, when you think of LSU, you think of who they're playing, you think of the stuff, you think of the national game. You think of, damn, Justin Jefferson went here. Damn, Jamar Chase went here. Damn, Joe Burrow won a championship here. It's rich in history when it comes to football. It's more attractive. Lastly, what I'll say is to throw two more things. Secondly, like I just said, when you're recruiting, it starts. It started. They got come on, nigga. Know where I'm at, nigga. It's me and you. It's me and you. Now, as far as what you and Berta was talking about with the kids, Lane Kiffin don't give a fuck about them kids. Lane Kiffin always did what was best for him. He never cared, my nigga. He would get up and go in the middle of the night. He would wake up and be like, yo, where this nigga at? What are you talking about? That nigga Lane Kiffin ought to do with him. Always would do what's best for him. And the reason, now, I just heard this last part when Stat said that he told his staff, be on the plane tomorrow, yo, out of work. The reason I feel that Lane Kiffin feels so strongly about that is because the way he left Ole Miss again. He tried to run down on a reporter because the reporter said you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. So I seen that and then Lane Kiffin ran down on a nigga like, call me a hoe. Fuck yeah. So then you leave and go down to this. And then like, that's why we called you a hoe. You can't turn a hoe into a housewife. You're not staying. So nigga like, Lane Kiffin mentality is fuck Mississippi, fuck Ole Miss, and if you my nigga, you'll be on that flight in the morning and get your shit sent out there. We ain't doing nothing Mississippi related. Niggas calling me a hoe. Fucking wrong with niggas. But if I'm any kid or any parent, I would never trust Lane Kiffin on anything when it comes to staying anywhere because he always does what's best for him. Now, if you did 91 million, 7 years, he's averaging 13 million a year. Just want to turn that down and be somewhere sexy at the same time. So don't ever trust Lane Kiffin stand anywhere. Anywhere. Track record says different.
Yeah, but what Ole Miss was saying was that they matched the money and that they were going to give him more. And to me, it just felt like it's like the girl who wants you, she's doing everything for you. and no matter what he does, like, hey, I'm all moving on, I'm going to do something else. That's what that situation feel like to me. Like, if you know this.
What it is this, Mo, right? You got a business established doing her thing, and you got a bitch that you just built up and she ain't really like that, but you made her like that, but she still ain't this bitch. And they both got the same thing. I'm going with the business already established, you know what you're doing. And niggas is looking more attractive for it. This shit look more attractive. I know you got what you got, but when I'm walking down the street, this look a little better. I have to build you up to be like this, bitch. That's what he's saying. I know y'all both got to make the same amount. Yeah, y'all both make the same amount of money a year, but I look a little better when I'm walking with this thing. That's what he's saying.
That's what they don't want to say out loud.
Yeah, that's what I'm here.
But basically, I can't do it saying about that's where we at with society.
Yeah, that's where we at, you know? You just got to make it up as you go on, you know?
So a lot of people obviously have different views on how it should have been handled. If he even had the chance to still coach Ole Miss, if he should be able to, a lot of different directions. But I kind of want to put you guys in this situation, kind of put you guys in his shoes. Have you guys ever had to make an unpopular decision that was best for you, but maybe others didn't understand where you were coming from or your perspective about it? Because I know everybody thinks how they think about it, but Lane Kiffin, kind of like Kim was saying, Anne Marie and Mace, like he does this. He's going to choose what he thinks is the best option for him, which is, I think, what people should do in life. But have you guys ever been in a similar situation like that?
If you're an illegal alien, this runway is your future because you're headed home. I'm Christy Nome, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. If you download the CBP Home app and you see
in a similar situation like that.
Yeah, for me, it would. In my head, I thought that I was doing the right thing at the time. You know, based on information that I had and based on how I see life. And no matter what everybody told me, it just wasn't making sense. You know what I'm saying? So that's why on some level I empathize with you because like sometimes when you just function at a certain level of consciousness, no matter what somebody says to you, and no matter how it looks, you justify in your head why you want to make the decision that you make. Maybe unpopular, may work out, may not work out, but in some regards, you've been on that road before. You be like, okay, I've done it before. So it was me and leaving school early, no matter how crazy it sounded to everybody else. Like based on how I was living and seeing the world at the time, that was my answer to the question.
Yeah, to my answer, I feel like that's been my whole life. Everything I've ever done, I think has been that way. So I do understand. That's why I said I understand. This is where society is. Like sometimes you just see things before they happen, and you want to be on the right side of history. Especially if you see something and you know it's going that way, you definitely want to make the decision that puts you in the right position for the future. So I definitely understand that. It's just when I heard Kim talk about it, if this is what he's always done, then they had no right to expect anything different because this is what's always been the case. You know what you're getting. It,
On or around March 22nd, 2024, the owner of the Kansas City Accountability YouTube channel, who we will refer to as Mr. Moses, was filming outside the Central Bank of Kansas City in Kansas City, Missouri. After approximately 8 minutes, one of the bank employees exited the building to ask Mr. Moses about his conduct.
I'm sorry. Recording. Recording. Yeah, I'm an independent journalist. I'm just gathering content for a story. I can't tell you because it'll compromise my story. It ain't published yet. Once it get published, I can definitely tell you about the story and send you the link. Yeah. But yeah, I knew I'm not doing anything. I had no ill intent. Yeah, yeah, it's all good. Huh? I was recording. You're not supposed to what? I can barely hear you. I'm so sorry.
And who told you that? What's your name? What's your name? Okay.
Following this brief exchange, Mr. Moses remained outside the bank and filmed for approximately 20 minutes before declaring that the bank had passed his audit and leaving the sidewalk. As Mr. Moses approached his vehicle, he was stopped by Officer Bremer and Officer Cordova of the Kansas City Police Department. The incident that followed was captured on both officer body camera and Mr. Moses' cell phone.
Hey man, how's it going? Apparently you guys were Officer Bremer.
Bremer. And what's your name and badge number?
Long story short, it sounds like whatever you were doing at the bank, they don't want you to be over there.
I was on the public sidewalk recording.
Okay, well they said it. Whatever you were doing, they just don't want you over there.
I was on the public sidewalk. They can't tell me not to be on the.
I don't know, man. That's why I came over here to talk to you.
Go over there.
No, not really.
Go over there.
And
I told them they came outside. Let me calm down. They came outside. The guy, Aaron, he said, "Hey, what are you doing?" I said, "I'm an independent journalist. I'm just gathering content on the story." I was walking all the way up down Truman, and I walked down there to record the train. And then the lady came out. She said, "Hey, you can't record the bank." I said, "Ma'am, I'm on public property." So
yeah, but you could see why that would kind of make them uncomfortable, right? I mean, it's a bank.
I can't even see nothing.
I know, but they don't know that.
Yeah, you can. If you stand outside and you look at the bank, you can't see anything. The windows tinted. It's a reflection.
Do you have an ID on you?
Do I need an ID?
Yes.
For what? What crime have I committed?
Identified you. You just identified yourself as being over there
On the sidewalk.
investigating
Okay. What crime? What crime?
possible trespass.
I was on the sidewalk. Look, I'm going to trespass on the sidewalk because they're saying I got camera footage. Now, if they lying to you, and I show you that they're lying, are you going to do something to them? You know,
That would be it. For deal.
it's lying. I'm on the public sidewalk. I came all the way up Truman. I walked down there to get the footage of the train. On my way back, I just looked at the bank, and they came running outside.
Okay.
So, yeah, came back over here, walked there, about to go to work.
Okay, so I need your ID.
No, sir.
I do though.
But do not. For what crime?
I just told you they put in a call on you.
I wasn't.
You just identified yourself.
I wish I was still on that sidewalk when you pulled up. I wish I was on the sidewalk. I was right here, sir.
So I'm confused, man. So you're gonna refuse to give me your information for a lawful stop. So you're gonna get arrested and hindered.
You know, I'm not obligated to give you my.
You are. I just told you.
Because I haven't committed no.
I just told you.
No crime was committed, sir.
Your tags aren't coming back on fire. Okay. For the Kansas registration, do you have registration paperwork for it? You can hold your phone up, please.
No, it's okay. No, I'm trying to be.
Question. Do you have the registration for the vehicle?
Hey, you guys. So this is when, and I had my selfie stick out when I was recording. I was on the public sidewalk.
But that's my question.
I don't have to answer your question.
That is unregistered.
This.
It doesn't
Go ahead.
So we read it throughout the campus.
Go ahead.
Now we need to verify to make sure. So that's why I'm asking you if you have the paperwork.
You didn't see me drive the car.
How was it?
It don't matter. It don't matter, sir. It does.
Officer Cordova informs Mr. Moses that his vehicle is unregistered according to their records and demands that Mr. Moses provide his registration for the vehicle, despite never having witnessed Mr. Moses actually drive the vehicle. Under Missouri law, officers may require drivers to present certain documents only when those individuals are lawfully stopped for vehicle operation or traffic enforcement. The state's registration statutes, Section 301.020 and Section 301.021, 202.130 require that a vehicle be registered before it is operated on a public roadway and that evidence of that registration be carried in the vehicle. However, neither statute authorizes an officer to compel production of registration documents absent a lawful traffic stop. Missouri appellate courts have repeatedly treated requests for registration as permissible components of an otherwise lawful traffic stop, but not as an independent enforcement power.
Ball and Mega Millions will try to put me in jail for saying this, but I'm going to expose the lottery loophole.
Not as an independent enforcement power. Now, while Section 302.181 mandates that a driver's license be exhibited, quote unquote, upon demand while driving, and Section 303.024 requires proof of insurance when an officer lawfully stops a driver, the omission of similar language in the registration statutes indicates that no such duty exists outside a valid traffic stop. Furthermore, as mentioned in many previous episodes, the Fourth Amendment protects citizens from unreasonable searches and seizures. And the Kansas City officers would have been required to meet the burden of reasonable suspicion before they could issue any lawful commands to Mr. Moses. We will discuss whether the officers had reasonable suspicion in more detail later in this episode, but it is important to note that there is a strong argument that Mr. Moses was under no legal obligation to present his
Hello? What's up? Out to wait, back to Missouri? Wait, back to where I just came from? What's up? Wait, what you talking? I'm confused. You talking to me? Okay. They just go in and replace an air filter and a couple items. That's it. Yeah, it run just fine. I get service damn near every month. I got a bill to show it. Well, wait. What do you need me to do? Go to Missouri? Go back to Missouri. Oh, I thought you wanted me to turn around. I was like, what do you want me to do? All right. Yeah, I'll go back to Missouri. Let's go out. I got 470. Midnight Friday on Missouri from New Jersey. Where am I picking up at? No, for no. All right, so that's about 4 hours, 3 hours, and then 20 hours back to where am I going in Missouri? To Onett? Oh, right where I dropped off. I mean, no, IDF. Okay, so yeah, that's 20 hours. Saturday morning. Yeah, we can be out there Saturday before noon. All right, thank you. All right.
registration card under these circumstances.
And if you see that, that came from a dealership.
You're not wanting to give us your information.
Listen, if I committed a crime, I will give you my ID.
And
that's what reasonable, articulable suspicion of crime. I was standing on that sidewalk, sir.
There is a Ford Taurus out here. It's unregistered. The guy can't drive it because he can't
It's not registered. It's yeah. Why would you try to infringe on my rights?
Okay, so let me get this straight. So
You try to infringe on my rights.
you're gonna stand outside of a bank in midday, and I heard you.
Okay.
So you're gonna stand outside of a bank in midday, videotaping the bank, and you don't think that's gonna make the employees extremely uncomfortable?
See, where they get uncomfortable, listen,
You stay in Kansas?
their uncomfortability, those not my rights. Yeah.
That makes most businesses extremely uncomfortable.
And what's up with your buddy, man? This car right here, it's not registered. I know. So I'm asking you, can I tow that car out of your lot? Yes? 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 Okay.
We don't know who, when they bought that car. This way, we don't know.
Okay.
So now that you've
Oh,
identified yourself now as the one being said, or one standing out there and videotaping them and making them feel uncomfortable, to issue the verbal warning, which is what we're trying to do so we can send you about your way, you're refusing to give your information.
no, what happened?
So I'm only going to ask you one more time, and then I'm just going to have to cuff you up, man. I don't want to do that. I would like to send you about your way. Yeah, absolutely.
Please.
Officer Bremer tells Mr. Moses that he will place him in handcuffs if he does not surrender his identification to the officers so that they can issue a verbal trespass warning banning Mr. Moses from the bank's property. Under Missouri Revised Statute 569.140, criminal trespass in the first degree requires that an individual knowingly enter or remain unlawfully on a property after being forbidden to do so. And the statute's notice requirement makes clear that a trespass offense does not occur unless a prior warning has been given. A request from a property owner to issue a future trespass warning does not constitute a violation of law and does not authorize officers to compel identification from citizens.
The government is banning this $39 electric lighter next month, and this is your last shot to get the original high-powered version.
To compel identification from citizens. As discussed in many previous episodes, the Supreme Court held that compelled identification is permissible only during a lawful investigative detention supported by reasonable suspicion that a crime has been committed. In the 2004 case of Hybel versus 6th Judicial District Court of Nevada. In the 2011 case of Missouri versus Waldrop Jr., Missouri Supreme Court cited the Hybel case to reaffirm that reasonable suspicion is necessary in order to demand a suspect's name, address, and an explanation of their actions. Now, because the officers lacked reasonable suspicion that Mr. Moses had committed trespass or any other criminal offense, they had no lawful basis to detain him. And without a lawful detention, Mr. Moses was under no statutory or constitutional obligation to identify himself. Accordingly, Officer Bremer's threat to place Mr. Moses in handcuffs for refusing to provide identification was unsupported by Missouri trespass law and also inconsistent with the constitutional limits that govern compelled identification.
You know what I would have liked to happen when you guys pulled up and they called you guys? Hey, where was he standing there? Was he on you guys' property? You should have. What I would have liked is, sir, when you put up and they told you what happened, hey, he was on the sidewalk. He has every right to record on the sidewalk. I wasn't even coming to the bank. I was coming to get the train.
There's officers that monitor the city cameras that saw you verbatim on their property. It's a call note.
You want me to stop this video and show you?
No, I would like to get your information so I could issue the verbal warning and send you about your way.
I wasn't on their property. That's how trespass works. Trespass, if you're on the property, they tell you to leave. That's how it goes. They give you a chance to leave, and then you're trespassed.
They don't know that you have a selfie stick. Why would citizens that are probably unarmed become approach you?
How was you say that one more time?
Why? Okay, so first off, you're videotaping, you're standing outside, you're being extremely suspicious. They can't tell that that's a selfie stick. Why would citizens that are on
It was like this.
How are you gonna ask me a question and then not let me finish?
It was like Gary came outside and talked to me. We had a good dialogue.
That's not what the lady on the phone said to put in the call about you.
I can show you the video. Y'all want to see the video?
No, I'd like to get your information so I could send you away.
For reasonable, articulable suspicion.
I just did. I gave you all the reasonable suspicion we would need as a law enforcement officer.
The supervisor said he get here. This is wow.
I don't like your movement, so I'm gonna.
What are you doing?
I don't. You keep backing away from the car. You're being extremely suspicious.
Why are you taking my camera?
I'm not under arrest. You can keep your little stick thing on there. But you keep backing up towards the road, and I don't like that. And the fact that you're refusing to give us any information, we're just gonna sit you on the curb, brother.
Reaching into your pocket.
Yeah, I don't like all the jazz.
Can I hold that, please?
No.
Another.
Okay, I'll just put it on the curb.
They said we can get the hard soda out of here if we need to.
But what did you?
Yes, too much, bro.
What about, I mean, cuz I'm not ain't nothing in my pocket. My portable charger, the cat me down. I have nothing on me. I have my portable charger. No, sir. Can I stand?
Cross your ankles, partner.
This is
Career policy: when you sit you down, you either is kick your legs out and cross them.
oh my God.
So are you going to refuse another lawful order? Is that what I'm gathering?
First of all, you got me detained.
Yes, correct. At this point, hindering. And I literally just said that I would like to let you go, and you just continue to keep going.
On network license. On bank property at 8 Hi, Ellen. This is Officer Cordova with the police department. I wanted to just we have your mail here at the gas station. He's detained in the handcuffs. I just wanted to get some details regarding what exactly happened there. Okay, so he was on the grass, and that's bank property. Uh-huh. Okay, so the sidewalks are city property, but if he's in the grass area, on where you're telling me that the grass area there is property of the central bank. Okay, I do appreciate it, ma'am. Hi, is this Alan? Sorry, it's Officer Cordova again. I just wanted to ask, ma'am, are you willing to sign a complaint for the lawful trespass? Okay, and you did tell him that he wasn't allowed on the bank property, correct? Right. Okay. So then, well, I won't issue him a charge for trespassing. I'll issue him a trespass warning. Okay, we'll get him identified. I'll issue a trespass warning. I'll print out the warning for you and I'll bring it to you. Can I get your name and date of birth? I do appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, sir. So, I'm gonna tell you that, but you were also in the grass area.
No, I wasn't. I got it on. And we got camera.
You were on.
No, I was never on the grass, sir. I know the law. This is what I do. I'm here to do it, sir.
She talks to you while you were in the grass.
I wasn't in the grass. I'm on sidewalk.
Which is their property. Which I understand.
Let you talk.
But I am going to issue you a trespass warrant.
This guy's on the grass.
Charge. It's just safe.
You know the guy that knows the law.
That's the captain, but he'll probably tell you the same thing.
What's his name?
Captain Clark?
Captain Clark?
Yes, sir.
You want to talk about the whole party talk to him on the grass, which has been property.
Yeah, he was on their property in the grassed area, again, which is their property. I don't know the full conversation because she had it with Jet, but they asked him to leave. He's now refusing to give us his information and says that we're unlawfully detaining him. And wants a supervisor.
Fine, how are you? Nice.
If you live in a Texas zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years,
Body camera audio briefly cuts out here, but Mr. Moses explains his version of events to Captain Clark. And unlike the other officers, the captain listens to Mr. Moses and makes a legitimate effort to actually understand the situation.
I walked over here.
Yes.
I walked over here. I got everything on camera. It's free. Okay. Lauren, one table. That's
so there's cameras everywhere. So you were the easement right there is the sidewalk, but the grassy area. Actually, very interesting. Okay, what we introduce some uses. So does the bank want to do anything?
They can't trespass me over the sidewalk. I was on the sidewalk. You can't trespass me for public property. Which ain't you doctrine. Okay, can't trespass my eyes. You can't see most. I mean, you should tell me most.
So I don't have to. So it's okay if I say anything.
And also, as much stuff, so I don't have to. I had okay, and I have no village in. I have nothing on me. Like, it's okay. Straight up, yes, sir. You guys.
You can already send your home, bro.
He's gonna get the captain in the culture.
Well, he's about to tell him the same thing he told you.
We need to get in my deed for to trespass warning for the banning schools on property and the harassing actual and party. Spanish Helen. And she's still there. She works there. She contacted him about harassing. Said, okay, yeah, that's fine. And he said, I'm just gonna tell me I can't record. He said, you can't tell me I can't record. And so he stepped back onto the sidewalk. And so they wanted to issue him a trespass warning because it was the one time. And so they would like us to be able to issue a trespass warning when you get him identified. So was he ever warned not to be on the property before you? Not before and at that time. But we have no violation of law, correct? Just the warning. So you want to ID himself? He didn't break the law. He didn't have to ID himself. So if you want, maybe he went back up on there after he was warned, but you tell him, sorry, you didn't break the law. They wanted to give trespass warrants. Right. That's right. Okay.
Broadcasting it. I'm just asking because you're not broadcasting it on.
Okay. You disagree with that? Yes, you disagree, or yes? Yeah, that was what the conversation we're not having.
Yeah. Must we have a terminal problem with them?
Well, yeah, but okay. Look at this. They taking cuts off me.
Yeah, I told you you were retained.
Illegal.
Now you're just being confrontational again, brother.
Another issue. All right, yes, sir. Another issue is his vehicle is not coming back on file to Kansas registration.
Oh,
so I talked to the property, but it doesn't come back, and he didn't want to provide me the registration information.
That's the sergeant. Hey, how you doing, Sergeant? What's your name and your badge number, sir? Yes, sir. Again, just to give you a little quick rough draft on what just took place here, man. I'm an independent journalist. Again, I'm just gathering content for a story right before work. It just seemed like you just was like just digging, just wanting to arrest me, man. I have no ill intent.
Or something.
They got called. The reason why everyone went by, they're the ones who got called. The other ones didn't. So they were responding to a call. I get it.
Right.
You're right. You're on the sidewalk. You ain't breaking any law. So they claim you're on their property. Obviously, just so you know, you're not on the property.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do this for a living. I'm an independent journalist. You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't be on private
I
property.
was never on the property.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's fine. I mean, if they like they said you were.
It's okay.
You were there freely.
Yeah.
They warned you, don't go back. But now you've been warned, don't go back on their property.
I was never on it, but
they were responding to a call. That's all they were doing.
just what kind of what I want to say kind of just bother me is how you pronounce your name? What's your name and badge number? Cordova. And this is all just a learning experience. You know what I'm saying? I never knew how long you've been on the force. And sometimes you never come into a situation like this. But once I told you what took place, you was still pushing the issue. I said, hey, sir, you said they're trying to trespass you. I'm like, I never was on their property. It's the plain view doctrine. Whatever I see in public, I can report. You can't trespass my eyes, man. That's all.
After a brief exchange with Mr. Moses, the officers left the scene without further incident. It is unclear whether Mr. Moses followed up with any complaint or legal action. Overall, Officer Bremer and Officer Cordova get an F. for failing to conduct a legitimate investigation before detaining Mr. Moses, displaying fundamental misunderstandings about basic constitutional principles, and for maintaining a hostile and condescending attitude throughout the encounter. The body-worn camera footage shows that Officer Bremer and Officer Cordova initiated the encounter with Mr. Moses based solely on a complaint from bank employees without first confirming whether any criminal conduct had occurred. Instead of determining the precise location from which Mr. Moses had been filming, verifying property boundaries, or reviewing the video evidence that Mr. Moses repeatedly offered, both officers immediately defaulted to investigative detention procedures and simply assumed that a trespass violation had occurred. As mentioned in the episode, Mr. Moses never entered the bank's property, and he was never told that he was not allowed on the bank's property. The only instruction that was given to him was that he was not allowed to, quote unquote, film the bank. The officer's failure to establish even the threshold factual predicate for trespassing demonstrates a lack of understanding of Missouri's trespass framework and also disregards the statutory requirement of notice as a prerequisite to an actual violation. Furthermore, the officers compounded these errors by demanding Mr. Moses's identification for the purpose of issuing a trespass warning, despite the absence of any tangible criminal violation, and then going on to threaten to arrest him for quote-unquote hindering if he continued to refuse. Not only did the officers clearly lack reasonable suspicion to demand Mr. Moses's ID, but neither Missouri's hindering statute or resisting statute would have applied to Mr. Moses's conduct. The officers' reliance on quote-unquote hindering and other meaningless misinterpretations of state law reflected a fundamental misunderstanding of Missouri's criminal code, and their use of these whimsical assertions in order to justify continued detention lacked any statutory basis. Officer Cordova's conduct also demonstrated extremely questionable discretionary decision-making, as he arbitrarily sought permission from a private business owner to tow Mr. Moses's vehicle, despite having witnessed no criminal activity and without observing the vehicle in operation. This action was a blatant attempt to convert a non-criminal encounter into a punitive interaction, and further illustrated a failure to distinguish between legitimate legal authority and Officer Cordova's ego. This interaction highlights the consequences of conducting an investigation without confirming basic facts. Also, the constitutional risks created when officers rely on authority that they do not possess, and also the importance of ensuring that reasonable suspicion, not assumptions or third-party allegations, guide every stage of a police encounter. Now, Sergeant Porter and Captain Clark get an A+ for demonstrating a strong understanding of both Missouri law and constitutional precedent, immediately correcting the actions of their officers, and for treating Mr. Moses with dignity and respect throughout the encounter.
Tómate un descanso de la cocina por solo 20. If you're a U.S. veteran and live in a Texas zip code, listen carefully.
I need to see some identification.
Can I ask why?
I'm asking the questions here. I need to see your ID.
I'm sitting in a public park with my children. I'd like to know why you need to see my identification.
We've had reports of suspicious activity in this park. I need to verify who you are.
Activity.
That's not your concern. I need to see identification.
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask again. Show me your ID or you'll be detained.
All right.
Are these your children?
Yes, these are my children.
Is she recording this?
Yes, my daughter's recording this entire interaction. That's her right and mine.
Tell her to stop.
No, we're in a public place. She has every right to report a police officer performing his duties. Or is there something about your duty?
I need to see your identification.
Raymond had been a police officer for 12 years. He had a badge, a gun, and the kind of
New Saquon Sour Old Spice. Smell like you can herd her over a maker, or a bigger man, or a really, really big man, or a truck driven by a really big man, or that really big man with a normal man on his shoulders.
People, specifically Gen Zers, legit naked at the gym. There's some things that are like too much. Just saw a girl literally in a swimsuit top and
Y'all wanna follow this man all night, do what you gotta do, and I'm hot too.
Well, we just made off duty, man. I think I made Sergeant mad too. This story is about a local restaurant owner and event promoter in Little Rock, Arkansas, named Nick Thomas. And we will talk more about Nick and go to his restaurant, Little Rock Chicken and Pancakes, at the end of the video. But this incident that gets him arrested today, it all begins off camera when Nick allegedly pulls up next to a Little Rock police officer named Austin Kurtz at a stoplight and curses at him. He curses at Kurtz. And apparently, Officer Kurtz knows Nick and thinks he remembers that Nick doesn't have a driver's license. So he initiates a traffic stop on Nick as he is pulling into park in front of an event that he's promoting. It's also apparent in the video that Officer Kurtz and all his fellow officers know and watch Nick, and that they follow him around and call out to each other when someone sees him. They even mention this to each other on the body cam in the video. And I want to cover this story from two different angles. One from the position of a white officer, Austin Kurtz, and then again from the perspective of a black sergeant, Allison Walton. And I want to be clear that I am not usually one to make racial claims, and I am not making any claims in this video. But one thing I have heard from people anonymously is that LRPD is racially divided in a way. And after seeing this video, I do wonder if it illustrates that. Or is this just a local businessman being overly policed for another reason?
Just spin election. Absolutely. Let me go get all your paperwork. Yeah.
So, you gonna give me a sub? All right, come on.
Listen, you leave me the fuck alone. Fuck wrong with you?
Still,
Listen,
you want to stop and chat?
what do you say? What do you say?
I'll tell you why.
Hey, what? What?
Or you got a problem?
You got a problem? What? Leave me the fuck alone. Every time I look up,
Oh, I know what happened. So what?
what's happening?
I'm telling you what happened. Oh, don't stop. You pulled up on me.
And Mega Millions will try to put me in jail for saying this, but I'm going to expose the lottery loophole many winners use to pick their numbers consistently. I was just a simple farmer from small town Texas. Woke up.
Down to man, I don't know what's going on.
Stop. I can go on the car. I can go on the car. So come on. So, no, it's on. That's up. Keep going. Disorderly. They said they can put them in cars. Y'all can reduce the code. Get down here for the crowd. Look at that. Right there. I don't know. Montgomery. Open your car. Open the car. Then put him in there.
We're gonna put him in there.
We didn't get him out. You want to leave the car? We want to leave the car? Huh? Disorderly. Okay. Why do you pull up next to me at the light? Want to come cussing me instead of drive? Okay. Disorderly. Blocking traffic up there, cussing me at the lights. Only reason I stopped, man, is suspend the license. Okay. Well, nobody gonna mess with them otherwise.
I'm just saying.
You just want to leave. Do we just want to leave the car and get out of here? Get on for this order. You want to leave the car and get out of here or what?
That ain't gonna happen. That's y'all mean. Y'all gonna walk this man all night. You gotta, and I'm like, that's not my business. I asked him why he stopped me. He told me I ain't got no problem with that.
Oh, I know what's going on here. What do you have? Y'all were calling out that girl about. Y'all were calling out that girl about. I have no idea what's going on. He pulled up on me, stopped in the traffic, cussing. Yeah. I pulled up the stop. I don't. He driver. He said he has to get a paper with like a. Listen, it's a phone paper for saying the other brand or something. Okay, but he stopped in the roadway and was cussing that shit. Yeah, what over there?
If you had to beat the flow of traffic, and if you're doing disorderly, then do disorderly.
They want to.
If you don't have towable stuff, then I would say let a family member take the car.
It would have been a solid beta hop there. It would have been a solid hop if they didn't hop. If you're gonna do that, get that arranged, okay? I'm thinking on your thing. You want me to get that arranged for you? So he showed you that he's got a good driver's license. I don't know.
for showing you this temporary.
Out the rental. He's a maintain the heat, so dude. Who's on this next right now?
I could get a supervisor.
This should happen right now. Under in that car for one thing. We are paying every ticket. Y'all just released him. And why is he in that car? Because y'all don't understand. It's hard for people like that. They don't want people to touch them.
Hold on. Why are you saying y'all?
It's us, period. All of us. If we come and hurt one another, something different. What did y'all do to him? Why did the lady check on your answer? I'm answering the question. I want to know so the rest of the family can get down here. Because we need to know why.
Okay, I will find out for you. My supervisor will know that. I just pulled up here.
Can you please find out for me? Because he's just a very real police officer. Why do I feel supposed to the police keep doing things? Well, they told me that they did love him. Right. He is love that young man. Y'all come to keep locking him up. Him up for what though? Ain't too many people out here going up for no kids. Right? Name me somebody that's take care of kids, feeding the kids, and kids somewhere to go activities. Name me another person that's in this city that's doing that.
Well, I will get that information for you and let you know. Talk to you. Talk to you. We'll talk to him.
Government is banning this $39 electric lighter next month, and this is your last shot to get the original high-powered version. There's a new next-gen electric lighter out there, and it's the most brutal.
Hey, buddy, you said something about your driving privileges and your expensive stuff. This piece of paper.
From work, get it right now. This is work. Get paid.
What about this is work?
It's work. This is how you get paid for your event. So I already got that approved report. So I don't know for
Okay. Do you have anything that shows that?
They say to me from work.
I mean, yes, the court approving you to come here. The only problem is this is you're claiming that this is a piece of work.
I am a coach. I get paid to coach. This is work. Y'all, that's the whole point of me. I don't have to work now. So this is work. That's why I got a permit for work.
Is this your event?
This is my.
I don't know what happened, right? But so what is explained to me is that you either jumped out while you were driving or something like that, were yelling at that officer or something. Man, if your license is good, you can't. I mean, come on, your time. Okay.
I'm paying, so y'all don't turn down homes.
Okay. I've already talked to you. I'm probably gonna release the car to your sister, right?
I don't got no problem with this dude. Every time I see him, they check out the so you know,
Like no keys, he has his keys.
Yes.
Okay with that.
Yeah, the one in the tank is what he wants.
okay, bro. So I just feel like he knows what this is.
Y'all good with leaving the car here?
If he has a permit, then I don't see a reason to know. If he has a permit, then I don't see a reason to know.
He's still getting arrested for disorderly.
Okay, I don't know what you have on. If it's not good, then I'll let it know.
Okay. You gonna take him to me? Huh? Yeah, I'm going there too. Once we get him in, we can leave.
Where you going with disorderly?
Huh? For a while. Tony on, y'all call him out. Tony on, y'all call him out. He pulled up on me, started cussing at me, blocking traffic.
Yeah.
I know.
He's got to get the keys to Caleb. If his license is good, then that.
Follow me now. Oh, we just made off duty, man. I think I made Sergeant mad too. How you fucking?
All right, now let's back it up a little bit and watch it from Sergeant Allison Walton's perspective.
What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Come on, It's hard. Don't push off of me. Don't push it over. Push off of me. Don't push off of me. Don't push off of me. Say word. You know, the rest. You got it. Step back. Correct. Correct. Straight bro. I step back. I know you'll say yeah. Let me put that shit everywhere it comes from. Cold the 7th of May. Do not have any more units running cold the 7th of May. Clear to me. What are you mean? What are you mean? What? Hey, put them in the other car. Put them in the other car. The second one. No more units need to come down here. No more units come down here the 7th of May. The net. Okay. I'm just asking. He said this sort of driving over the city function. You don't know, suspended. That ain't our business. That's y'all business. Y'all can follow this man all night. Do what you gotta do. And I'm hot too. Okay. That's not my business. I asked him why he stopped me. He told me I ain't got no problem with that. Oh, this y'all know what's going on here. Okay. Well, don't do that. Y'all don't, you don't freaking follow people all night either. You don't freaking follow people all night either. Give me the keys. Who else is on his truck? Sorry. Don't get it, sweetie, let him up. Yeah, don't turn it. It's turned it on. I let the windows up. Let me see, sweetie. Come on. Tell me I can't get here. Oh, it's not right. Right here. You know, we trying to roll right here. Wait a minute. Yeah, I ain't got His PC is here. I know suspended. Okay. It's on me. I got it. I got it. I got it. No, I can't. I can't. I'm believing in your position. When they don't tell you, not I tell you. Okay. Okay. We have to go. No, who else? I can't. Let's say, this thing is like, he's one of them. Yeah, people come over. Your piece, and then make it show PC and valid. Whatever you got to go on, get the red. All that door. I'll wait till somebody come over here. Give me information. Okay.
I have no idea. I was out at Third Scott.
He told me this sort of conduct and driving on the speed of life.
I checked his license. His license, confidence is good, saying that he's employing this is a business and he's short from work. So I told them not to worry about that bullshit. I said she's really
charging him with this sort of conduct
for whatever they friend
see this to me.
That's just my understanding.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Okay.
Every time you turn around, it's some out the police. And I'm telling y'all, all y'all doing is making it people like y'all more and more and more. Because I'm trying to solve us to look all over. And the reason why I'm trying to all pay for about 1 minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I'm coming out because they requested some units. I don't know what to. But listen, nothing was said about the nephew. All I heard is they're giving it out for you know, all of them more units. That's why more units. That's why I'm there. Okay. It's not for me anything personal. Oh, time. Why you got Chase O'Neill up there, bro? What you doing? You doing the most.
Hi. The red pill phenomenon obviously has been a thing for a long time. This isn't new. I'm not saying it is. I've had too much going on, and quite frankly, I've had too much respect for women as a whole to really entertain this philosophy. Like on the surface level, as soon as I heard about it and was like, oh, okay, that's some incel shit. Now, I'm gonna stop there and kind of recalibrate for a second because I know a lot of people watching this will have not only watched a lot of content talking about this, but also come to see some of the validity in the points people are making from that side of the spectrum. I've had some idle time since I quit my job last week. And ultimately, what that idle time did for me was allow me to just watch a bunch of stuff. I've been getting a little deeper into the kind of content that people make that feeds into the red pill ideology. And I guess I should define it out the gate. For those who don't know, there was a movie that came out in the, was it 1999, 2000, something like that. I'll put the right year on the screen. Oh, Matrix. And of course, it's a super famous movie. I don't need to break it down to you, but there's a red pill and a blue pill. And essentially, the red pill allows you to wake up, see the world as it is, and engage in the ongoing war that they're fighting against the machines. That's in a nutshell. How that transfers to this ideology in our world, outside of a movie, is the ability for men to wake up and see the world as it is and stop engaging in the fallacies or false power dynamic that we're engaged in with women. It can apply to more things than just dating dynamics, but a large part of that dialogue is around dating and around women. And of course, as people know, this ideology has bred a lot of unhealthy incel communities. They call themselves inkwells online to kind of get around the popular terminology. But a lot of these videos I've been watching have been 20 to 30-year-old white guys that are playing like Call of Duty or some other first person shooter game while they just talk. And what they talk about dating. They talk about how men are lonely, like the loneliness epidemic. They talk about economic realities that we're going through. They talk about mass migration or mass immigration and the government's actions towards it. They talk about solutions that they think would work to address some of these problems and maybe make teen to young aged boys slash men less aggressive and less isolated and alone and frustrated. A lot of them, though, they just ramble on about like one off stories or anecdotes from their life on ways women have played their power dynamics to their advantage and ruined a man's life or betrayed a man in some way. Also reinforce this idea that men should stay alone and refuse to date and not engage and lean into their male friendships and build themselves up and all that good stuff.
But the sad part is nobody wants to admit it. And the problem is today's dating world is
Mainly stacked against men. And here's the thing. The main thing I want to drive home is like my first point in this video. Every philosophy that grabs a hold of people on this large of a scale has some truth to it. Not saying that truth means anything in a larger picture. I'm just saying that inside that philosophy, there is something true there. Whether that truth is warped or not by the people tossing it back and forth and talking in these YouTube videos and especially selling these courses to these isolated men, that's a separate discussion. But there is some underlying truth. But when it comes to the red pill ideology, I think the underlying truth is best expressed through some podcast episodes I watched by Patrice O'Neal. Patrice O'Neal is a deceased comedian and actor. He was in a lot of episodes of The Office as a warehouse worker. And his stand-up is hilarious. I've always found him to be an incredibly talented comedian and pretty thoughtful dude with a lot of insightful things to say. But I think his opinions when it comes to women and dynamics between men and women are not helpful and ultimately contradictory. And I don't think they're fully fleshed out in the way that he thinks or in the way that all of his red pill admirers think. Y'all may not have known this, but Patrice O'Neal is like one of the founding fathers of the modern version of this ideology. Him being dead probably contributes to that. You know, people get a lot more clout when they die. But he was a popular comedian when he was alive, and he had a popular podcast after becoming a popular comedian where he just ranted and yelled over people and expressed his opinions about women not having any power besides their vagina.
You have to be open to the concept that women have incredibly strong power. It's not our fault.
They do not. It's a pussy check.
Okay, but whatever it is,
That's not power. They got a That's it.
I think it's important to say before I get into it that I'm not doing anything here to slander his character. He's dead. I don't really attack people who are no longer here to defend themselves unless that information is public knowledge. When it comes to debating and things I think about a person, I'm attacking the idea, not the person. I hope that's clear, and I hope that remains clear as I proceed. Here is Patrice in his own words making his point about why men are better inherently than women.
On every level of life, men are better. We're smarter, faster. This is the problem. I have to be a good lover. I have to have decent money. I have to have decent clothes. I have to be funny. I gotta be everything. You gotta start for your vagina. I gotta be everything for your vagina. Wait, step this bitch. I gotta be everything for the vagina, right? Now, where the resentment comes in is now you look at me like I'm supposed to love you like you love me, and you've done nothing lovable. Not one fucking thing have you done lovable. Why should I love you? Because I'm lovable. That's why we don't like you. We're lovable. Because you're not giving nothing.
In response to that, I have to point out that all the constructs that make us quote unquote better than women in his view are a result of patriarchy. Like we created this incredibly patriarchal society that only promotes certain values and lifts up certain attributes that happen to be more prevalent in men. We are stronger. We are faster. All surface level physical attributes, we tend to be more evolved in those ways. Who knows why? I'm not a person who ascribes God to everything, but that's just the way men were inherently designed. Does that make us better? If you're only looking through the lens of physical capability for certain tests, then yeah, but even his point is bigger than that, though. The crux of his point is that because of the dynamics between vagina supposedly being women's only power and men having to earn our way into deserving access to them, we are inherently better. We have to build ourselves up. We have to deal with layers and layers of rejection and craft our personality and craft our style and our appearance on a daily basis just to deserve, the women that we're trying to go after. Whereas in his view, women just have to show up and be pretty and be attractive in order to earn or earned our attention. Now, to the extent that that statement is true, it is because of patriarchy. We have doomed ourselves into this cycle of having women on this pedestal that we've put them on artificially because we also suppress them in a lot of ways. But in certain ways, we lift women up as being valuable because of their vagina. That's our fault. Like, we did that. We can't complain about something that men have done to themselves. This is a self-inflicted wound. And do I agree with the idea that a woman's only value is in her vagina? Of course not. I think that's really a really immature idea that's crafted from a place of resentment. And I'm not making that up.
So you know where my fascination came from? It came from not getting pussy.
Okay.
When I was in high school and girls just didn't fuck fat dudes. And before I understood that women are better than us on this term.
Mm-hmm.
They like us for other things.
Yes, they're not as superficial.
Because they're weak.
Yeah, y'all thought I was attacking him, but no, that was his own words. I think that's pretty telling because it speaks to the larger incel community as well. Patrice O'Neal was not an incel, but a lot of these men who look up to him and take his ideologies and use them for themselves and parrot them in these videos, they are, whether it's a large number of months, whether it's years that they haven't had sex or haven't engaged with a woman, they progressively get more and more aggressive and more resentful towards what they see as their power, them lording this power over them that they can't access. I'm trying to think if there's ever a point where I resented women to that degree. I'm sure years ago I am. And I don't think so. It's just how life happens. Sometimes the dice just roll a certain way and it doesn't really work out for you to meet the right people at the right time. And you just end up single for a long time. But I don't think I've ever resented women as a whole. You know what I'm saying? I've had resentful relationships with individual women where I did not like them. But I don't think I ever had a vendetta against all women for the power that they have and the dynamics within society that create a situation where men they end up single. I don't think that's ever been something I suffered from. And to their credit, the incel community acknowledges in a lot of these videos that social media is part of the problem. That the ebbs and flows of the economy are part of the problem. We've been socialized to be more separate and to be more isolated. One thing that is coming through loud and clear is that we're using other people, not even just women, we're using everybody around us as the scapegoats for.
Hold on.
There's a phenomenon in the incel community called looks maxing. Basically, physical manipulation to make sure you are as fit as you can be, that you look as good as you can be, facially trying to conquer the shared problem they have, which is access to women. They look down on while simultaneously looking up to what they call chads or traditionally handsome men, you know, symmetrical faces and being tall, all the things that people get genetically and don't work for. I can get the resentment towards the unfairness of life itself. I get that for sure. As a person who some of them would accuse of having these things genetically because people seem to consider me handsome in my life. But my face got paralyzed when I was in college. like the whole left side got paralyzed when I had a high fever. And then the next week I couldn't move any of the muscles on this side of my face. And to an extent, I still suffer from that. Most of y'all can't see it because I think I've adopted habits that allow me to hide it more so. But some people have noticed it. You know, one of my eyes closes more than the other when I smile. And I already have like these squinty eyes. I got those from my mom. So basically, this eye closes all the way when I smile, but this one's a little further open. So it makes it like I have a lazy eye sometimes. And that's not something I was prepared to handle. Like I was considered handsome and I smiled all the time before that happened. And now I've adopted habits to hide my face when I laugh and to speak a certain way. The camera's always on the right side of my face. Little things, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I need it, maybe I don't, but in my mind, I need it. And I think it's the same thing that the incel community suffers from when they have all these perceived issues with their face and their body, and they feel like they need to compensate for it in some way. That's what looks maxing is. And they have all these little terminologies within their community to describe the things that they do to either cope with or overcome these perceived shortcomings. Back to Patrice O'Neill, he made it very clear that he built over years, over decades, for the power that women have in society for doing virtually nothing in comparison to what he built himself up as a person who has built themselves up into something that I think is at least admirable from a professional standpoint. I feel that. Like I feel where he's coming from. I don't agree with the core message he's trying to get across.
Turns out if you've been in a car accident in the past year, they have to give you a huge check. And all you have to do is ask. No, seriously, I just got over.
But they're just using all of these things in order to just simply deceive us. And what's really amazing is that one of the reporters, he actually takes the Bible in his hand and asks every single astronaut that claim that they've been to the space and they've been to moon to basically just swear on the Bible and accept that they have actually been to the moon and it's not a lie. And none of the astronauts, and I mean absolutely none of them, are agreeing to swear on the Bible. They're just running away from the reporter, trying to just avoid the question entirely, and we don't even know why that is. Take a look at this one.
We're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
If you the opportunity to get the hell out of that, there's no way to get along.
It's just running.
So that makes you just put the into the record in the argument and put your hand on the Bible. Swear to God you walked on the moon.
Reviewing you, that's probably a fake Bible.
Knowing you, I think it's probably a fake Bible is the only thing that he could answer.
We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
I don't get people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you believe it.
Well, I hate yourself, David.
If you walk on the
Why
moon,
would they not swear? That's the biggest point. Are they like really so afraid of God to be like they are just literally so scared? Like if these guys are lying to the entire humanity, what makes them think that they need to be scared or afraid of swearing on the Bible? So this means that they seem to know that God is real. They seem to know that everything that's outer space and the things that they've known for all these years, most probably it seems like they already know that everything that is in the Bible is actually the truth, and they're just too afraid to just take the swear and oath, and instead they just try to run away because it's very obvious that they obviously cannot say the truth and they can't even accept it, because if they do, then most probably their families and their own lives are going to be a threat, and someone who's been controlling the entire world is the person that's basically controlling everything, even NASA itself. And finally, someone had the courage in 2023 to take NASA to the court of law in order to expose them for all the editing and post-processing and all of those VFX that they've been using in order to make us believe that they've been in space. And this is the conversation that went on in the court.
Commissioners, today I'd like to bring to your attention a potential fraud on an enormous scale happening in York County. There's now clear evidence
of NASA using numerous methods to grossly mislead the public about astronauts being on the International Space Station. During interior ISS scenes from NASA's own live feed, the use of wires, harnesses, green screens, and virtual reality have been detected to achieve the appearance of a weightless environment. Examples of this include astronauts fading in and out of the screen, green screens and glitches, grabbing objects that aren't really there, pulling on invisible wires, getting tangled in their harnesses, and even astronauts appearing out of thin air. This begs the obvious question. Up there,
Yo, that's generally one of the funniest things I've seen in a time. Well, I know Jaheed, ball head to the buff, I guess, still trying to hold on to the box on the back of his head. But the rest in peace for the car, that shit was silly as shit. Yo, people, it's like they were singing in the choir, O'Reilly. Yo, and how the next screen over and poured out some oil. Yo, that shit was funny as hell. It's like I hope it was a parts donor. So some of the parts go to a parts donor. So there's some of the parts go to helping other cars stay on the road. Yo, that is silly. I made an obituary for the cars. I gotta read this one. And I didn't know that I could. I thought it was a text message. I'm like, what did she send me? Because I wasn't seeing it. And then I was like, oh, I could swipe. I didn't even realize it took me a minute to figure it out. Oh, and I was sitting here taking the face to the announcement. I like that. That was so lame. You're an ass. Yeah, you're an ass. I'm like, yo, you keep reading this stuff. I don't know. I would never ever notice something like that. Instead of Netflix. I had the car on the t-shirt. It's like, yo, I want to know who did the body work. She looked real good. Let's go into that parking lot in the sky. Yo, it's stupid. That shit is silly. What do you at the nail spot? Yeah. I was hoping so. Ah, I hope you learned your lesson. You gotta keep that picture out this time. You should print that shit out, put it on the pin. Yeah. I want this right here. This right here. Yeah. Drop off in Jersey, head to Delaware, then head back to Minnesota. I know, right? What else? What? I
All right. Well, I'll let you go get your nails done. You're funny, send it my way.
Why are they using Hollywood techniques to fake the footage? Now, unfortunately, I can't show you these clips in here today, but I will be sending them to you. Outside the International Space Station, during spacewalks, air bubbles have been reported on numerous occasions.
Look at that stuff. Look at all of those bubbles.
How is it possible for air bubbles to be present in the vacuum of space? I once questioned astronaut Scott Kelly about this phenomenon. His body language and answers only created more questions. In 2013, astronaut Luca Parmitano nearly drowned during a spacewalk when his helmet filled with water. This happened again just last year. Air bubbles, helmets filling with water, and drowning. Are they in space or are they underwater? Now, what's really interesting is that they train for spacewalks in an underwater pool with a complete ISS replica. Now, surely they aren't filming these spacewalks in an underwater pool and then editing
that stuff. So this is how easy it is to like simply just manipulate us using the editing techniques.
Yeah.
They can just simply remove the water and add in like a complete Earth behind and just make us believe that they're just working in space.
Disappear if they're in space. Because that sure would be something, wouldn't it?
Yes, then finish it.
Let's drop a bomb. It's working in space.
Disappear if they're in space. Because that sure would be something, wouldn't it?
And everybody would believe it because it's coming from NASA. And obviously, nobody just questions anything. It just seems like we just look at things that's being informed from NASA, from the government, and we just accept it. And we just think that is science. That is like the actual proof of life. And we don't really know anything apart from that.
I'm calling on the Brevard County Commissioners to open a full investigation into NASA's fraudulent practices and use of taxpayer dollars. It costs NASA $3 billion per year to operate the ISS. And if they don't have a darn good explanation as to why they're faking these videos, I and the public would like a darn good explanation as to where our tax money is going. And if they are indeed faking the funk, it is our duty to expose and eliminate this fraudulent and astronomically wasteful ISS program. And look, I know what you're all thinking. NASA is part of the federal government, and you're just county commissioners. Even if what I'm saying is true, what can you do? But let me remind you, not only is this happening in your county, as public officials, you have the platform and the ability to make a statement or hold a press conference, alerting the public, state, and federal authorities to investigate further. You have the power to start the conversation. Video evidence of everything I described today will be emailed to you all, and I truly hope we can get to the bottom of this. I look forward to the day that $3 billion annual budget is put towards our veterans, our homeless.
Wow. $3 billion is the annual budget that they give to NASA. That's just insane. They could literally end world hunger with that kind of money. And they decide to just throw it all at NASA. And the only thing that these guys have been doing for all these years is basically just deceiving us. And what's interesting is that NASA actually says that there are hundreds of thousands of satellites that keep flying about in space, and you can basically look at all those satellites. I think the video actually shows us the proof of that stuff.
So let's take a look at some of the most recent supposedly spacewalks from the ISS. And I want you to notice in the background of all these supposed spacewalk videos.
Do you even think that this is real Earth? Can they not just fake it? It's just that easy.
Where's all those 8,316 satellites in low Earth orbit with it at? You don't see them anywhere. Let's just have a look at some of these real quick. Now, if these spacewalks were real, you'd be looking at what, almost 1/3 of the supposed spinning ball Earth right now.
There's not a single, and I mean, there's not a single satellites out there.
See no satellites in this low Earth orbit with this supposed ISS. Oh, let me guess. They're all on the other side of the ball right now, right?
They've always got some explanation there.
You keep watching, but you're never going to find one in any of these NASA videos. And I'm just showing you a few. You can go on their website and look at all of them. Look at this right here. Where's all those satellites at? No satellites, not a one floating around anywhere. But there's supposed to be 8,316 of them supposedly right here in this low Earth orbit with this ISS. Satellites in real time. And as you'll see here, they're telling us there's 13,000 satellites.
It's like swarming with all these satellites up there
in real time, even giving you the names of them. Look at that. 13,000 satellites with all their names. Now check this out. Now, if you go to NASA's supposed ISS 4K live stream, as you can see here, guess what? No satellites. Let me know when you spot one. You won't. You know why? Because this is CGI and there are no satellites in space. None. Nada.
It's all basically just bullshit and lies. Is that what it is? And look at another footage right here, which is exposed to NASA
space station way up in space.
This is one of their live streams, right?
100% guaranteed way up in space. Space totally real. And here are astronauts, totally clean cut, like they just arrived yesterday. Sharp haircuts and everything, very clean. It probably is their 300th day though. We don't know. Here they are floating around because there's no gravity up there.
So everyone's floating, including our hair and all the objects. Everything's floating, right?
They tell.
And look at this water right here. It just seems like they forgot to make the water float.
There's no gravity, so we know that there's no gravity.
They just forgot to end that one out.
Start.
The glass of water forgot to float.
So
what's it doing? Doesn't it know that it's supposed to be in space?
Look
at it. Is it a pocket of gravity? I know that there always is an answer. And it's going to be some magical, like, settling equation or something like that. Actually, I think I see a little bit of curve on that water.
They always have an explanation, man. They would just say that it's the equation, it's like the settling effect of this and that, there's like a low atmospheric pressure, whatsoever. They always have some bullshit explanation to give. And people just back this stuff up because it's coming from NASA, from the official source. So that should be the only truth. And anyone that questions it is a fool for not knowing science. And look at this footage. This is basically how easy it is for NASA to deceive us. Just take a look at how this guy is using. Like, obviously, you're seeing the right side footage. You obviously think that he's all the way up there in the air. He's probably just going to fall off this cliff, right? Take a look at how easy this whole stuff is for them to orchestrate the entire Earth sitting below, and they're just sitting up there in space and like working on all of these satellites and space station. Oh, is it even true? Look at this stuff.
老铁们，你们总说我拍段子不够拼，我今天就拼一次给你们看。
Oh my. And that's all it takes. That is basically all it takes for an amateur guy to create a post-processing effect like that. And a company with billions of dollars, you think they can do it? And they're just filming all of this stuff underwater and they just replace it with space. That's how easy it is. Look at that. Water replaced with green screen. And then behind is just Earth.
The government is banning this $39 electric lighter next month, and this is your last shot to get the original high-powered version. There's a new next-gen electric lighter out there, and it's the most brutal one you'll ever own. But here's the bad news. In just a few weeks, regulators will force the only company that makes it to completely neuter its design.
Let's check out some of these leaks. We definitely have a lot of them. That's actually, that's not good. This one's kind of green. Oh, that's pentasite. That's power steering fluid. That's bad. This one's like kind of red. Yep. Oof, that's transmission fluid. Oh man. That's power steering fluid. Hey, it's leaking right here. Try it out. What is this? Oh, is this brake fluid? You want me to eat brake fluid? What are you, crazy, Noah? That's gonna corrode my insides. Okay, I told you guys that 2025 is going to be a crazy year, and I intend to keep that promise. So in the first few days, I sold my Harley for $6,000. And not even 24 hours later, I picked this thing up for $6,000. This is a twin-turbo V12 Mercedes.
Now we're gonna have a lot of fun with this. This is a very special car. This one's in pretty good shape. One owner, 170,000 miles, about 20 years old. It's not perfect. It's got some issues, but it's a running driving car. And I've already put about 100 miles on it. So I can't wait to share with you guys the newest collection to the channel because this thing makes over 500 horsepower and almost 600 torque as is. With a little bit of modifications and a little bit of tuning, we can get this thing up to 800 horsepower and 800 torque, which is just mind-boggling. Now, this is actually a really nice car because it costed over $150,000 brand new, but I got it for $6,000. Now, if you guys watched the video where we went in a ride in my neighbor's Travis V12 that he picked up for $1,000, I have been searching Facebook Marketplace every single day for one of these. Now, the CL600 I like a lot because it's a coupe. We got that pillarless window design. It's got the twin turbo V12. Overall, it's a really nice car, but why is it so cheap? Why can you pick one of these up for so cheap? Well, this is actually one of the biggest hidden gems in the car market right now. Not too many people even know that this exists. And for those who do, know that they're incredibly expensive to maintain. Now, I already have a very expensive to maintain car, my V10 M6. So to throw in a twin turbo V12 Mercedes, I think really completes the collection here. And sure, it might have expensive things like that ABV suspension or the ignition coils, but we're gonna manage. We're gonna find a way because the amount of sheer value you get in a car, they're so cheap. If you just learn how to, work around some of these things yourself, it's not that bad. So together, we're going to go on the journey of what it's like to own one of these cars and see if it's even worth it. Now, I know it's high mileage. I know it's old. I know it's expensive to maintain. And I know I'm not an actual professional mechanic. I'm probably going to watch YouTube videos on how to fix it. And on top of all that, it's not like we're going to keep it stock. We're going to modify this thing to the moon. We're going to push all those mechanical components to their absolute limit. But it's going to be a fun journey. So let's get started. Okay, before we get into the luxury aspect of this car, let's get into why I bought it. Twin turbo V12, baby. The struts are not working, man, but they work better than the M6. So we got a twin turbo V12, 5.5 liter. Now this is a CL600. This isn't the AMG CL65, which is like super rare, hard to find, kind of expensive. Still has upgraded brakes. Still has a twin turbo V12. Still has all the luxury components. Still has all the great stuff, but a fraction of the price of what it was brand new. So like I said earlier, this car was a one-owner car. And I have the Carfax, clean title, no accidents, always serviced at Mercedes, with the exception of like tires and stuff like that. But there are some components that are a little bit leaky. So windshield wiper fluid, reservoir, there's a huge hole in it right there. I can stick my finger right in it. On top of that, we were low on power steering fluid when I bought it. So I threw some power steering fluid in, all the noises went away. So far it hasn't leaked, but that doesn't mean much. We gotta, wait until it finds a way to squeeze out. Not really looking forward to replacing any kind of power steering components because this engine is really crammed in here. Okay, we know what's under the hood. Let's take a look inside. Oh, hey, baby girl. Want to look into my Mercedes Benz? Well, you can see we have the all-leather interior. We have the panorama roof. This car is 6 figures, baby. We have all a suede headliner. We have an engine start button on the shifter. So much luxury in this car. It's basically a Bugatti. You do not need 4 doors to have a proper kebab getter. You may use this vehicle with all this in the rear. The only problem with this car is that there's not enough gold. One thing I've noticed about football fans is they talk like the players can actually hear them. Proud of you. But when you have Geico insurance, you'll always be heard.
There you go. That's how you run it.
Don't stop driving. Drive the fucking car, you idiot.
It feels good to Geico.
Shop your new mattress your way at Ashley. Browse our wide selection online from the comfort of your home, or come in and see what feels good at one of our conveniently located stores. Shop Ashley in store or online today.
Enough about the interior. We get it. It's nice. Now it's time for the Lenny take on this car. This thing is actually really clean. And honestly, I kind of want one now. But altogether, I mean, the paint, immaculate. The car's interior, immaculate. I mean,
Even the leather dash on the dashboard isn't shrunk. This thing was garage. This thing was cared for its entire life. That's what you want to see when you buy a really old V12 Mercedes. But let's talk about some of the potential issues that this car has and will have. Because don't forget, this car will have issues. Okay, first up, on these absolute big chromies, the tires are kind of shot. You can see that they're cracked right here. These tires are 7 years old. They're cracked, completely dry rotted all the way around the car. And well, it's going to have to be replaced. That's a cost right there. So one of the notorious problems that these old Mercedes have is well related to the suspension. And believe it or not, there's a massive reservoir right here to fill the hydraulic fluid in the A to C suspension in this car. If you're not familiar with it, it's hydraulically controlled, which means if you press of a button on the interior, this car lifts up and it goes down. It's just a click of a button, which in 2005 was absolutely groundbreaking. But 20 years later, it breaks. And the ABC suspension is extremely complicated and expensive to repair. So many people typically just do coilovers. But after the car sits for like 20 years, the seals go bad and well, they dry out, they start leaking and you lose pressure. But luckily, I know the secret to keeping these systems working and functioning for the long term. The secret to keeping it working, well, you just got to use it. People tend to not use it, forget it's there for whatever reason. They don't use it. But the more you use it, the more those seals actually stay hydrated. They don't crack, they don't dry rot. So if you get one of these cars, just use the suspension button. It's a cool feature. It'll keep it from breaking. Oh, and how could I almost forget? Probably the most notorious thing that this car is known for. Under this massive engine cover are 12 ignition coils, and they're pretty common to go out. And I think they are the most expensive ignition coils to replace on any German car ever made. They're ridiculously expensive. So let's hope to God they just don't break. And last but not least, probably one of the coolest features, in my opinion, on this car, door hinge. You might be asking yourself, why is door hinge cool? Just check this out. It's a double jointed hinge. And with this massive door, you'd think, oh, when you open it in a parking spot, you're going to hit the car next to you. But with the design that they made, it allows you to open this big ass door, really not open it too far because it's over to get out. Just take a look at engineering this hinge took. The door doesn't just pivot on the hinge. It actually comes out while you open it. Look at that. It's wild. It's really crazy to look at. But all in all, I think this car was an absolute steal. And there are so many things we can do to it, not even talking about the power potential and the fact that it's a V12, which I'm sure is going to scream when we put an exhaust on it.
Okay, one of the things I want to address are these wheels. These are not the stock wheels, believe it or not. These are big old 20-inch chromies. And I kind of like them. I kind of don't. Because they're so big, they're lifting the car up a little bit. I think an 18-inch would be great. These wheels do clear the caliper, which is nice. Now, I don't want to put the stock rims on because the stock CL600 rims are the same ones that are on the S600 originally. They're super ugly. This kind of looks like a Brabus style wheel, which isn't too bad. But I'm thinking about doing different wheels or maybe just throwing new tires on these ones. I'm not entirely made up my mind just yet, but we'll have to see in the near future. Brakes are really nice. We've got nice calipers up front and rear. Got tons of brake pad life in it. We got the drilled rotors. Squeak, and then behind is just earth. This is how easy it is. That's basically how they film the video games as well as movies, which take place in space and all that stuff, you know? There's also a podcast episode that was like Aaron and Joe Rogan's, but this dude actually gives like a pretty good explanation as to why NASA might be faking everything that they've been saying so far.
And if you look into it, it's fucking obvious that NASA is putting out fake footage. They're clearly on wires in some of that footage. Clearly, some of that footage is underwater. There's bubbles fucking floating up and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Which footage? Just like NASA publishes all kinds of footage, from like the ISS to they have live streams, to they do like video, and no one ever watches because like whoever watches. So you think some of the ISS footage is fake? There's a lot of footage you can find online that is coming from NASA where there's like little slips or like a guy is like they're doing their floating shit and then the buddy reaches out and grabs where a wire is to help his buddy get back into frame, like little slips of the month where they're like just trying to orchestrate. There's a lot of reasons why NASA would cover up and produce fake footage from
because they get a lot of funding, right?
People tend to look at a piece of evidence and jump too quickly on the one explanation that they're sure is right. And sometimes there's other explanations.
Conspiracy theorists out there, how would you prove to us that you're in zero gravity?
Okay, you're about to change your mind. Exactly. Because you can't have bubbles in space. It just fades out. Look at that stuff. He just fades out. That's the best part. The dude literally just fades out. Let me just zoom this in. Look at this stuff. The dude just fades out. It's just ghosting. So is everything just a lie at the end of the day? What is this? Ah, yeah, the reflection. You can actually see that the reflection, someone's wearing the scuba suit and shooting the whole process. Look at this stuff. He's wearing a scuba suit, literally. And if you believe that NASA's actually saying the truth because they just make water float out there in space, then you should actually take a look at this footage right here, because an amateur basically made this all happen with just post-processing and edits. This is how easy it is. Look at that stuff. And he just made water float. That's how easy it is to like do all these things. And imagine now, a company that has billions of dollars that they keep getting every single year from the government, from all the taxpayers and all the money that's going to these people. Do you think it's really hard for them to like make all of these things into fake? And don't you think that they're going to have like enough technology in order to create all of these things so that they can just put out videos and say that they are currently in space? It just seems like all of these things NASA is just trying to cover up, and most probably they're not just doing it in order to like get the funding, because the whole agenda is way above all the funding and money, because it seems like they're trying to hide God from us. They're trying to not let us know the real truth that the Bible says about the firmament that's present above the earth. So obviously they can't really break the firmament. They know that. So the only thing that they could do is basically just create deception and create lies and just feed it right from the beginning stage of our life, from childhood, from school. We just learned that this is how earth looks, and we just learned that we people have gone to moon and space, and nobody teaches us about the firmament. That's the only thing that's present in the Bible and the religious scriptures. But then NASA, known to be one of the biggest deceivers, they have never
the best rated burger in fast food with more beef than a Big Mac. Keep up, Ronald.
Chapter 7 is a vibe. I think there's something unique about this chapter that we haven't seen in Fortnite in a very long time. Let's start with the new.
Like 21,000. Chris Breaks at 17, 18% on it. I've won a total of $100,000 this year from the casino. I really wish more people talked about the fact that so many more people than you think are in credit card debt.
All right, another brutal car loan to start. Later, a gambler who's completely lost track of whether she's winning or losing. Plus a few more clips. Let's jump into it.
Hey Jess, how are you? Darren Giotto. Oh, you sent me a message trying to get into a BMW or a Mercedes.
My friend's currently a 2016 Dodge Challenger. It has like 183,000 miles on it. I'm still owing like $21. Chris Breaks at 17, 18% on it.
You still owe $21,000 on a Dodge Challenger with $183,000.
Right.
Honestly, that's going to affect your deal a lot. I didn't even know you had a trade. How much do you make a month?
I don't know what a Challenger with that many miles is worth, but it can't be much more than a few $1,000s. She still owes 21 grand. Paying 17% interest on a car with that many miles is brutal. At that point, you're not even paying for the car, you're just paying for the thing. The vehicle is almost done, but the payments are. That's why the interest rate matters more than the monthly payments.
That's why I need a car quick, so I got that.
Even on a good day, if I gave you $5,000 for your car, you still owe me $20,000 plus. You're looking to be $15,000 upside down on that Challenger. That means you have to put that down plus the money down to get into the BMW. Honestly, that's not realistic. It's maybe possible with a 500 credit score. $200 down. Like I have a Scion TC and I have a Toyota Camry. Very clean, 100 vehicles, and they're reliable. So maybe we can get you to something like that.
But I really, really want that BMW.
A lot of people don't buy the car they need. They buy the car and they spend years paying for that decision. Wants great payments, needs great stability. You need something reliable that gets you point A to point B. You want the upgrades, the horsepower, the luxury package. And that's usually where all the debt starts.
Gotcha. I know you want a really nice car, but you're gonna have to get your credit first. Right now, I can really realistically put you in is a cash car. You have like a clean one that we can get you in for 4,700.
Only can do that because it wasn't the plan.
We're in Largo, Florida. It's still a lot for how much you're gonna make. $2,500 a month. You'd be putting yourself in a terrible situation.
I go with that sign and
Take pictures of the sign. Make that deal happen. I appreciate you taking it.
A lot more income people chase the most expensive cars because they can afford it, but because they think the luxury car will make them look successful. Looking successful and being successful are two totally different things. She should not be shopping for a BMW. And she needs to take care of that loan before even considering anything else.
You decided to get a Porsche.
Yeah.
And you can't pay for groceries? What do you think this car's worth?
I bought it for 89 and maybe I could get 90,000 for it. I don't think it depreciates as much as other cars.
Porsche, by the way.
A 21 Macan
Okay.
turbo.
You owe 65 on it. You could probably sell it for 64. Sell. Get rid of the Porsche today, dude.
She financed an $89,000 Porsche, but now she can't afford groceries. That's what happens when you chase luxury before building stability. The lifestyle looks great on the outside, but really everything is just falling apart.
What do I try? The car that I got is pre-owned. It's not a brand new one.
So I'll spend $1,500 a month on a used car. Sure.
Well, customer service is excellent and it was only 20,000 more than what I paid for the Ford Edge.
I've never paid $20,000 a month for customer service.
I think a lot of people have their priorities all mixed up. Food, clothes, shelter should come before anything else. That's the foundation. But for so many people, those essentials sit at the bottom of the list. It's buy what you want first, then figure out the important things like groceries later. That's how people look successful on the outside, while on the inside, everything is collapsed.
I've won a total of $100,000 this year from the casino, and I'm still down 70 grand. It's not funny. It's not funny, but it's for real though. Like it's so crazy. Like you're like, wow, when the I have $100,000 to lose at the casino or to win at the casino, beats the to me. But listen, I am already up. I've already won $100,000 this year. I have like the tax slips for it. That's just a jackpot. My losses on my twin over card is over 70 grand. So you're telling me I won 100 grand and I put 70,000 back? Am I that much of an idiot? Yes. Am I that much of a dumb idiot?
She says she won 100,000, but she's already down 70. When somebody admits a loss like that, the real number is usually much worse. Gamblers cling to the wins because it feels much better than facing the truth. She has lost a lot of money and is in some serious debt.
I mean, apparently, and that's just for one casino. But you know what? Moral of the story is, winners never clean, winners never win. I'm still up for the year. Wait, so does that actually mean like I'm up for the year because I have $100,000 in jackpot slips, but I'm down 70,000 on my on the app on the card? Am I up 30,000 still, or? But you know what? I can't say I use my card 100% of the time. I always try to, but I'm irresponsible. Sometimes I lose it. A lot of times I lose it. Just up. Am I winning this year?
So she's up 100, down 70. So she's up. Is she down? Even she doesn't. That's the mindset. The wins feel real. The losses are real. Or if she was being honest, she would be at a major loss of money. I couldn't imagine living like that.
I have not won anything at the casino. Literally, I was there twice yesterday. I was there the night before. I have not won anything. I'm not even kidding. So you know what? I'm going to take 30 days off. And today is day 1 out of 30 of me not going to the casino until I start paying again. And of course I woke up and I was like, I'll just start tomorrow. And I said, be strong.
She says she's going to take 30 days off because she keeps losing. That tells you everything. You have to step away just to stop the losses. Casino isn't the problem. It's a behavior. One thought won't change the odds. It will only delay her next steps.
The River's not paying. Tiverton's not paying. Foxwoods ain't paying. There's nobody else paying. Everybody's out losing. It ain't just you. It ain't just you. I mean, yeah, you have the one lucky gun out of 100, but come on. I've done the little bets, the big bets, the good games, the bad games, the games I've never played before. I've literally been doing everything. I cannot, I just can't win, bro. So day 1 out of 30, of me not going to the casino until I start paying. I'm gonna check it later, make sure I still didn't go. And I'm gonna be honest about this. This is day 1 out of 30.
Not going back until the casinos start paying. That's the problem. People think the casino is going to turn into an income stream. It never will. The house always wins. Lower fast.
I really wish more people talked about the fact that so many more people than you think are in credit card debt. You're starting to look at people around you and wondering how the hell they're purchasing luxury cars, going on these lavish vacations, buying luxury items like sunglasses, designer purses, things like that. It's credit cards. They're in credit card debt. Especially the kids that you went to school with and they always had the newest iPhone, the newest clothing, even drove like a luxury car. Their parents are in credit card debt. I just feel like it's not talked about enough. No one is real about it. Consider myself to be a very independent woman. I have a good job. I make a decent living. I've always wondered how the people around me are doing these crazy, lavish, luxury, expensive things and wondering why I can't afford it as someone who also works very hard. It's credit card debt.
I see so many bad situations here. It's nice to see somebody who actually gets it. I know somebody in the same position where she's stuck. They work 2 part-time jobs, don't even total 1 full-time. They miss work because they want to go out at night. They borrow money for something important, but spend it shopping or partying. They think only about the moment they're in, not about the future. And now they're forced to find a place that they don't have the income or savings to.
Looking for the best way to invest $1 million.
It's hypothetical, for real.
It's real. It's actually crazy. What happened was my wife, she's a works for a big retailer. She makes about 200. I own my own business. I make about 75. We own a home. We bought it at about 365,000. We owe 250 on it right now, but the interest rate is 3%. And we have a son who's 13. We've got a 529 for him. There's about 30,000 in it right now. What happened was my business that I own, we came into a very lucrative deal. That was a $2 million gross business, and we netted just over $1 million from that.
This is rare. Someone making good money and not debt. Nice to see once in a while. And his mindset is completely different. He's not thinking about buying a luxury car, even though he easily could. He's thinking about investing and planning for the future. And that's a mindset that keeps people out of trouble.
So
wow, from the deal, was it a full buyout?
It was not a buyout. No, I'm still in the company. We just got a very, really awesome opportunity. We took it, and it worked out really well. Do we put this in different investments? Can I throw 100,000 into my kid's 529 and just let it sit there so that way that is covered? Should I utilize like a personal advisor?
Here's what I would do personally. I would pay off the mortgage today, and I know you're going to say, well, it's 3%. Why would I pay off a 3% mortgage? I would do it for the peace of mind, for the risk factor, and for the fact that you can now invest what was your mortgage payment.
They really have a strong combined rate, but $1 million payday probably won't happen again. I take that opportunity to wipe out the mortgage. It's one less thing to worry about. It has to get paid eventually.
And that's going to really free you guys up to retire earlier when you have no mortgage left. And then you're still going to have a ton of money left over. So I would put maybe 40 or 50K into that 529 and front load it. You don't want to overfund it, because if you put 100K in there and that money doubles in the next 7 years as your kid heads off to college, there could be 250,000. That might be reasonable for what college costs 7 years from now. I would also enjoy some of it, do something fun, plan a trip. Let's have some giving goals. Let's give generously and do something that blows our mind that we thought we would never be able to do. And then let's have some saving and investing goals. And part of that is getting rid of the mortgage to then free up money to build wealth, because now that really increases your net worth.
People with money and people who are broke think completely differently. Broke people spend the second they get it because they're focused on the right now. People who build wealth invest because they're thinking about the future. Same income sometimes. 2 totally different mindsets. I'm going to end the video here and ask you to hit that like and subscribe button from comment below. See you in the next one.
Your whole health is more than what you find at the doctor's office, because it's all around you. The food you eat,
Just a short recap of what happened last week. Last week's video, you guys seen us get to this trailer that was abandoned for over 5 years at a body shop. Back on the road. This week's video, you guys will see us complete the car and completely change the thing. So let's get into it. Here's the Trans Am again. You guys see we did the first test drive on it. So as you guys can see, there is something missing from the front of the car. Fenders and hood are taken off.
while I was out of town on Friday, the guy started on it. We decided to go ahead and race paint black. The fenders and the hood are already painted. So I'll show you guys that here in a minute. Here is the hood, all painted black. Went ahead, peeled the bird off, and locked the hood, and went ahead and sprayed it black. Like I said, we decided to go ahead and just do the car in black. Everyone wants a banded Trans Am at the end of the day, and the goal is obviously to sell it. So the nice thing about this car was overall it's in good shape, so we don't have to do a whole lot of body work. Just basically a color change on it. So unfortunately, I wasn't here Friday, so I did miss filming then disassembling the front end and getting these parts painted. But I'll make sure to film all the other stuff, the rest of the car getting painted as well. As you guys can see, the car is in the body shop now. I'm gonna go ahead and start prepping the rest of the shell for paint. Most of the body's in good shape, and just do a final block to make sure if there's any higher low spots or anything like that. Touch that up. Say paint job on it. I see how much that pin moved back and forth. So you could have something like that pushing in there that kind of makes it nice and solid. But those get worn out over time and stuff like that. So just go ahead and get a new hand put it in there. Here you see my father start applying icing blade to the upper parts of the doors. So he has initially done a block which will reveal all the high and low spots. Then he goes through and marks them. Afterwards, he starts applying some of this icing blade. Icing blade is basically used in place of Bondo areas that you don't really need much of just a light skim coat. Bondos were used if you have very large dents or things like that. So once he does this light skim coat of icing blade, we'll go ahead and reset it back down. Make sure all those spots are filled. So they're just about finished up on the body work here on top of the driver door. This door was the one with most like waves and things like that in it. So we did a block, as you guys can see. We had to put some filler in just a bit there of icing blade in some of the areas that were low. All these other spots were like high spots. I had blocked all down. Now the door's all straight on the top part of it. So we're just doing this so that way when you look down the side of the car later, once it's painted, nice shiny black paint job, you can't see any waves or high low spots or dings or anything like that. Here you guys can see the rest of the car is now all sanded down, blocked, and ready for paint.
And now all I have to do prime a little bit here, and then everything ready. It was low because them usually with the time they just shrank and everything else.
Next, you'll see my father start spot priming this front nose here. So any areas that had body work done to it, you have to spray a thin layer of primer over it before painting the panel, just so you don't have any shrinkage or anything like that underneath where the body work was done. So as you guys can see, we got the car in the paint area now. My dad's getting it all taped off, getting it ready for paint. So the car's all finished, getting taped off, as you guys can see. Just doing a final wipe down with wax and grease remover to remove any grease or anything like that on the surface. All right, so what you guys just seen him spray is actually sealer. So obviously we're painting the car black, so we just had to go with the black sealer. And in this particular situation, we went ahead and mixed in about 10% base coat ratio with it. So this allows, obviously, the sealer will do a nice surface for us to put base coat on, but also this will prevent us from having to use as much base coat when painting the car. Make sure we get good coverage and everything like that. So first, you'll go ahead and spray all the jams down, just like you guys seen him do it. He'll do it on the other side. Then he'll work on spraying the rest of the car. So as you can see, the whole car has been sealed. After sealing it, we let it sit overnight and then came back the next day, went through it all with 800 and they nibbed everything. So basically any little dust that ended up being in it, just basically are wiping the 800 over it just to get any of the little nibs that are in it, dust out. All right, so what you guys are seeing here is the third and final coat of base coat. So this is all the color on top of the spray on the car. Next coat. So here you guys are seeing the third coat of clear sprayed on the car. It's still wet at this point, but basically you can see that it's pretty much a mirror. We opted to do with 3 coats just because we wanted to have enough to be able to wet sand it, polish the car to get it else imperfections that may get in the clear coat. After tackling all the small pieces, getting painted as well, it was time to finally get started on that horrible material.
Well, as you see, guys, the whole car is painted and done. So now everything inside out to switch it to black. If you see, guys, I'm gonna start spraying black. I already cleaned them. Use grease and wax remover. So I'm not spraying. It look nice, black. If this is not the right color, then let somebody spray it and spray right. All my stuff done black. Everything pretty much done. Well, as you see, guys, my son worked on it all night, I guess, when I went home. Got it all nice and done.
Finishing up the interior, it was time to tackle that in.
I'm taking everything apart to clean and paint. I gotta take the carburetor off to rebuild it. Gotta move all the wire, organize it, then scuff for all that stuff and clean and paint it. Oh, you're probably saying, "Oh, this is a wrong color." This is the wrong color, but I'm spraying right now. But only I have one can of that. So I'll finish that first and then I'll put a light coat of that and it will look fine and it'll look good.
And now you guys will see him apply the final coat of blue paint in the correct Pontiac blue color for late 70s cars.
I'm going to show you guys the new toy at the same button.
Pick a password, but don't show me, okay?
Being in IT is like being a jet. I mean, you clean up messes that, no one admits to making. Except the messes are passwords and apps. The sticky notes, they're everywhere. Password.
See that? Okay.
So as you guys can see, my brother worked overnight the other night. Got some of the stuff engineered it back together. Got a new alternator on, new brake booster, engine's all painted up, reassembled. My father now is working on getting the core support all sanded down and get ready to paint that as well. So as you guys can see, they got a little more done last night. Get this other fender on now. Now my dad's working on getting all the chrome painted black for the car. So it's all the chrome that goes around the front and rear window of the car. So here's the chrome. Finished up, getting it all painted, still drying. So this will dry to more of a semi-gloss or matte black finish.
Well, as you guys see, we start next day with wet sand stuff. Gonna start with 1200, then 1500, then 2000. Just buff it.
He'll do that process in the entire car, and then finally it's time to polish.
See, as you guys see what McGuire is giving you that depth, like nice and clear. I still got to go.
So as you guys can see, we got to install an 8-inch set of filter as we had instead of the 7-inch that was on the car previous.
Just look at the difference between this and that. But as you guys see, a little bit chilly outside, but the car is getting washed, taking all that white compound stuff. Guy, I'm gonna put that line all over the car. Yeah. They have one big cup. But this is, you do it yourself, you know what I mean? And this is what the kid died. Now, make sure you guys clean
all that grease and wax removal clean it good because it will not stick in the edges for too long.
After getting all the lines finished up in the car, just finally kind of go ahead, move the windshield so we could actually paint the dash in that front car area. You guys can see there's a lot of cracks in the dash. Did order a dash cap online to try to use, but unfortunately it doesn't fit. There is a slight change in the dashes over the years. The 78 did change them slightly. So unfortunately the dash cap wouldn't work. So now my father and brother are working on repairing the cracks in the dash and texturize it after all the cracks are filled.
It's one thing I didn't want to do, and I guess I ended up doing it. Too much work.
So the putty he's actually using for this is a fast curing putty from Colad. Basically, once you put it on using UV light, it cures it way faster than regular icy clay or Bondo or anything else like that. So he's going to go through, do all those, sand the dash down, and then he'll texture it and repaint it all black. So here's the dash, all textured. A little hard to see while it's flat. We're using a vinyl interior paint. Fabric paint. So that's good for interior. It doesn't flake or rub off or anything like that. As you guys can see, once you get a little bit of the color on there, now you can start seeing the texture. So we've done this multiple times, different transient dashes, and this is the closest texture we've been able to find that'll get close to a factory appearance for someone that doesn't know the difference. We've tried different other texture paints. It's usually too rough or too porous or something like that. So, like clay, if it's hard, put it on one part of the dash that's good texture into the clay after you put the burger in. So it keeps the texture. They give you some other stuff that you wipe on the dash or something. Stamp it on.
My way is easier. Trust me, my way is easy.
Government is banning this $39 electric lighter next month, and this is your last shot to get the original high-powered version. There's a new next-gen electric lighter out there, and it's the most brutal one you'll ever own.
Trust me, my way is easy. It's still advantage.
Yeah, so this has been the closest we've been able to get a dash without sending it out to get completely re-wrapped or maybe bolstered. Maybe you guys can kind of see the texture. Obviously, the paint's dried, so you see a little bit difference there, but looks a lot better. And once the glass is in,
I'm building the ultimate wide-body Camaro Z28, but there's a big catch. The car I'm starting with is rustier than a Canadian winter beater. In the last episode, I started the full teardown to kick off this massive build and showed you 3 custom design options, and the votes were all over the place. So today we're locking in the exact details and setting a clear goal for this Camaro. I have to lock in myself, parts are rolling in fast, and we have to make this thing happen. So let's get to work. So what you're looking at here is a good case of what did I get myself into? There's so much rust on this thing that some people would consider it unfixable, but we're going to do the impossible right here on the channel, and we're going to make this look brand new. But I need some parts, so let's check out what I got.
All right, so massive order just came in for the Camaro. I'm very excited. And in these boxes, we're going to be able to make a lot of progress. And everything here is from Jags. In the past, I've ordered up a million things from Jags, including the highly praised wheels on my 1968 C10. And I've always had great experiences with them. And they have almost every part I need for this Camaro build. So I'm going to be using their site a lot. And to tell you the truth, their prices can't be beat. And if you can find a better price on another site, they will price match guaranteed. So can't go wrong. So with this Jags order one of many, I got to open this up. We got to get to work. So let's check it out.
You need to listen to this if you're buying generic Viagra. CVS is scamming you. They don't want you to hear about this $1 generic.
Hey, I was in charge. Charge. Whatever. Hey, I was in charge. Charge. Whatever. You think? Can you get your dad to say he's proud of you?
Well, let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it.
Help me figure this out. I think I'm pretty cute. But I'm gonna get back.
Hey, I was in charge. Charge. Whatever. Or anything? Can you get your dad to say he's proud of you?
Well, let's be nice. Let's be nice. We don't have to go there. I mean, you're not wrong, but you didn't have to say it.
Help me figure this out. I think I'm pretty cute. But I'm gonna have hits on me. And I go out. I go to places by myself. I'm not expecting anybody to pay me the bills or pay my dinner. But nobody ever hits on me. Fine. They'll be like, oh, they'll say I'm intimidating because they're intimidated, right?
Man, let's be real. If a dude roll up on you with the six pack, the six figures, and he's 6 foot tall, he can be a little rude and you still call it flirting because you attracted to him. But when a brother who is a gentleman but ain't checking all them boxes walk up, suddenly he a creeping weirdo. Men see that, and that's why a lot of us fall back.
Oh my. Every day I walk, looking adorable, tits bouncing, skin glistening. And yet nobody ever hits on me or approaches me. Ever. Oh my god, like please. I'll take a fucking construction worker cat call at this point.
Nah, it's too late for all that. You was out here calling dudes creeps for catcalling, yelling loud that just because a woman dressed sexy or looked a man's way don't mean he should approach. Now you mad because men ain't approaching? Come on.
Tell me if it's wrong, if it's right.
There we go. That's much better. A woman that respects you only wants your eyes on those parts of your body, not every single random man on the internet. Never be this guy by allowing your woman to dress like she's a single woman. Because if she's insistent on dressing like she's single, then make her single. I don't know, brother. I mean, have fun walking home one day to your girl getting her back blown.
Men don't really approach women in the wild anymore. It's something that is very common. We all know this at this point. Dating apps, shout out. I understand it can be intimidating, but I just got a really good compliment. And it wasn't even like a good compliment. It was just like a good segue to like have a conversation. This guy, very kindly, I can see him staring at me and I'm like, oh, here we go, you know? And he just goes, I really like your dress. And that was it. And then he left me alone. And if he had kept going with the conversation, would I have talked to him? Yeah, because that was normal.
It ain't that you intimidated. You just ain't worth the headache. You emasculate dudes soon as they step to you if you don't find them attractive. And the ones you do like, you turn them into walking ATMs, paying all your bills while they get nothing back. That's a lose-lose situation. You should be happy, for real. Celebrate. Everything you've been fighting for with that feminism stuff, it finally came through. So go on, enjoy your own company, and let us men be.
That's real.
Just remember, we can always get quick, brother. You're not safe. I'm not safe. Nobody's safe.
I like to think that I'm a pretty attractive woman, but I never get approached by men. And I mean never. They will stare a hole through my head, but they never speak to me, and I have no idea why.
Man, maybe you just had something on your face. You never really know. And look, I'll tell dudes that a glance don't mean come talk to me. Same thing here. We can admire you from a distance, but that don't mean we trying to step to you or start some relationship.
Sometimes I wonder if the dating life was this bad like 20 years ago because it's like I don't know how to explain it, y'all, but I really don't understand how any of these men are going to get married one day. It's like they always sexualize us or like don't want to take us serious at all. Like they just want to be friends with benefits. They're like 40. And I go out, guys. I go out. I go to the gym. I do things outside. I go to school, but I still don't see anybody or meet anybody. So I'm like the baby, like, or the hoes, or the hoes, or the hoes.
Some men want friends with benefits because that's all y'all bring to the table. Ain't nobody out here turning 304s into wives no more. We done making them mistakes. We peep your lifestyle, your past, and then we treat you accordingly. Also, y'all say you don't need a man, but y'all the first to complain about finding one. Make it make sense.
Jezebel.
I have a Mimi.
What's your mother? What? A Phoebe?
Mimi. I got a Mimi. I think of you.
I got a wee wee. Hey! Yo! I figured it actually came out, man. Dang. Nah.
So obvious you're trans. Oh, I can tell you're trans. Name 3 books that you've read in 2025. Give me the titles and authors. Tell me the last time that you got your news not on Instagram or Facebook. Can I see your Google search history? Okay.
What does that have to do with you having a penis? Like, what does that have to do with that? All of that correlates to you having a nutsack. Like, make it make sense. Like,
I barely get men to come up and talk to me. I start to second guess myself sometimes because I feel like, damn, they sit there and stare and stare and stare, but never make a move. Like, and one thing about me, baby, I'm very old school. I am not going to open the door for you and, come talk to you or come over and be like, hey, you staring at me, whatever. Because I feel like if you do not have the audacity or even the balls, the nice way to put it, come and approach me, you can leave me or my house. Just saying. So, ladies, tell me, am I the only one who experienced this? Because men do not approach women these days, or they're expecting you to approach them. I'm not sure which one.
If you stay in old school, then get ready to be single forever. Because no man's coming your way. Times done changed. Better update your game and adapt.
And the new infinite stairs filter just dropped, and guess what? The world record is 111. They're calling out to me. They're literally calling my 111. Oh my gosh. It's meant to be. That's how you know. That's how you know it's just meant to be, bro. Come on, survive the vertical. Oh my gosh, we're cooking. Breaker's really bad, but we should survive it. We did. Oh my gosh, this is absolute cookage right now. This
Times done changed. Better update your game and adapt, or you won't get left behind.
Let me ask y'all women something real quick. Like, when are y'all really going to meet good quality, decent human men? Like, I keep hearing go to happy hour, go out by yourself, like, don't be with a group of women because then they intimidated and they will approach you. But seriously speaking, like, have y'all been out recently and a guy has come up to you and introduced himself to you and just been kind? I feel like let me just not many. Like, they are looking for a woman to help with everything and they want to be chased. Like, what happened? And when did it happen? I feel like some type of bulletin went out and they all received an email or something that said, now it's our time to be chased. We are the prize. Like, what the fuck? Seriously.
If you're looking for good men, check your friend zone. Heaps of dudes up in there. The issue ain't finding a good man, it's thinking you gonna find a bad boy who gonna be good just for you. Also, men ain't coming through because of all this whole inflation. Real talk. Y'all ain't worth being in a relationship with.
Fun fact, did you know that removing caffeine from your diet can reduce up to 60% of your will to live?
What? We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused. We did have sex. Okay, yes, cool.
Unprotectedly, like you always do. Unprotected.
And everything like that. But I'm gonna let you know right now, my pullout game is so strong. There is no way. There is no way. No, no. Okay, so because you thought your gamesmanship was all that, it was no way. Day one. Since day one, he has been in denial. Okay, let's take the last speak. The DNA results conclusively prove that you are not. Wow. Like I said,
Know this, but staring at women and not saying anything is actually very strange. Like, it happens to me quite a lot where I can see a man staring at me and I'm like, okay, let me not get ego. Like, maybe he's not really looking at me, but it's like, no, like, I feel you watching me and won't speak to you the entire night. And it's just like, first of all, when y'all do that, I'm thinking, first thing I think, I'm like, is there something on my face? Is there something wrong? Like, do I look crazy? Like, am I doing something wrong? Like, but then I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, is there beef? Then my next thing is like, is there beef? Do I know you somehow? Like, is there something? What's happening? And then they won't say anything, and I think that's so crazy because like it's just better to make state. What's the vibe? Like, what's up? Even if you get rejected, at least I know why you were staring at me now, and like just can have like a piece of. And it's not always that you're gonna get rejected. Like sometimes I'm cool to flirt back and just flirt for fun, but stare and don't say anything the whole night.
Most dudes ain't even phased that the woman just say no. But nowadays, you will be lucky to be rejected with just a no. Men are being emasculated, looked at like you're nasty, brushed off like you ain't even human. Could get reported, go viral as a creep, maybe even lose your job or worse, land you in jail. Nah, we good.
All right, I have a question for the scene. I was talking to a friend of mine. I said something to the fact that men don't approach me, stare at me, they don't stare, but men do not approach me. And my male friend said that's because a lot of times if there's an attractive woman, men will assume that she has someone, will assume that she has a person, and they don't like to be turned down. So instead, they won't approach you. So I want to know from the single men that are on this app, is that fact?
Man, I can't with y'all body women. Y'all claim to know everything, but then act like you don't get why dudes ain't messing with you no more. That just goes to show you fake cluelessness to dodge taking responsibility. Women.
Oh, this website that I'm on right now lets you invest into real estate for as little as a few $100s. It doesn't require me to deal with tenants or rehabs, and it is completely backed.
I think about it. I don't need to do it more often. Honestly, I'm getting sick of everyone being like, well, women have just shoved us out so hard. They don't want to be approached anymore. I'm like, okay, listen. First of all, you can tell a vibe if it's there or not immediately, right? Like I give it to my friend and I in Boondocks and you guys from here? And we're like, yeah, we're not from here, but like we live here now. And whenever you go to Boondocks in Scottsdale, you know they're gonna be surrounded by bachelor parties. Okay. So like just keep your eyes open, keep everything peeled. Like you're gonna probably be around some guys that are trying to to just be there. But it's just, I mean, good for you. Came in and was like asking us where they should go. I'm like, no, I was like, no, just it's like wrong. And she's like, excuse me, but like we weren't mean at him. We were just like talking to him. Like it was a conversation. I think like you just go to someone and have a conversation. Why not just I don't get it. How it goes in Scottsdale. I think the biggest thing for me is that I'm a confident outgoing person. I really do have no problem going to someone, but like I want to see if a man has confidence to come to me because that's what I really find sexy. Like if you have confidence in your personality and you come up to me and you have no problem doing it and having a conversation, like I'm into it. I think that's really sweet. Obviously, it depends how the conversation goes. If I can read that you're just kind of like a weirdo after that, like then I'm gonna be like, you swerve, right? But you know the conversation, then most likely I'm like, okay, cool. Hey, how you doing? I don't plan to meet the love of my life at work, but you never know. It's just getting to a point where I'm like, wow, men and women really are not speaking at bars anymore.
Man, that's bullshit. Ain't got nothing to do with vibe or talking. If a dude ain't her type or she don't find him attractive, don't matter if he a gentleman, she gonna call him a creep. Treat him like he nasty. Y'all can clown.
Black and white folks react as whites only town begs for help.
My name's Nikki, and I'm 32. I'm a lady.
This is Return to the Land, a group of millennials who organized online to build something radical and controversial. A town for white people only.
They building white only towns. They obsessed with us, bro. We ain't thinking about y'all. Niggas just trying to get through their week and take care of their kids and keep the lights. Ain't nobody thinking about y'all like that, bro.
Insist it's completely illegal.
No black, no gay, and no Jewish people. That is the rule in this white-only town being built in Arkansas. Nope, this isn't 1950. It's happening right now in 2025 in the Ozarks.
We really live rent-free in their heads, dog. This is crazy.
Group called Return to the Land has built what they proudly call a whites-only community on 160 acres in the Ozarks. They've got cabins, roads, fences, wells, community center, and even a private schoolhouse, all for people who pass their strict racial and cultural tests. To live there, you must be white with European ancestry, straight, Christian, and you cannot be black, Jewish, LGBTQ, or follow a non-European religion.
Hey, dog, based on what I've been learning over the past couple of weeks, man, a few of y'all are going to slip through the cracks because a lot of y'all got some messed up ways, man, especially the ones who are racist as hell. The loudest ones, y'all the ones that if I was to go and search your internet browser history, it'd probably be some alarming shit in there, bro. That's all I'm going to see.
Out if you've been in a car accident in the past year, they have to give you a huge check, and all you have to do is ask.
The history. There'll probably be some alarming shit in there, bro. That's all I'm gonna see.
Community. Only white people are going to be allowed. Probably shouldn't listen to that. So only white people are going to be allowed. What do you mean, people aren't mad about that? Okay, but they're supposed to get really mad about it.
They vet applicants with video interviews, and some are even asked to prove their ancestry. The founders, Eric Orwell and Peter Sears, say that they want to create a, quote, fortress for the white race. In their own words, you want a white nation, build a white town. Now,
what y'all gonna eat, man? You ain't gonna have no Mexican food, no Chinese food. I'm pretty sure ain't nobody Italian trying to move out there with y'all. Y'all are cooked, bro. Y'all about to be raising potato salad and string bean casserole, all white food, bro. Like, come on, man.
Here's the thing, they're calling it a private membership association to dodge federal housing laws. Basically, they sell membership shares through a company called Wisdom Woods LLC. And rather than traditional deeds, which they claim makes them exempt from anti-discrimination laws like the Fair Housing Act. And shockingly, well, maybe not, there's already 40 people living on the site and hundreds more worldwide are applying. They say they have things like goat herding, homeschool programs, flute recitals, and even a white baby bounty, basically rewarding white females for having more children. And
This is tiring to say the least, man. They encouraging them to have babies. Why do you need encouragement to have kids? Maybe because your women don't look at you like feasible options to have kids with. Like they'd rather get rid of the child than to have one with your lame loser ass, man. Damn, dog. I'm noticing some shit about like white people that's racist, dog. They never look like they get coochie. Sorry to be vulgar. I'm just keeping it real with y'all, man. You don't see a whole bunch of conventionally attractive white men on the internet complaining about black people and Hispanics and Indians and Asians and Africans. You don't hear that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? You just don't see it.
I saw one of their interviews, and even their dog is white. And get this, they're not stopping in Arkansas. They've already announced plans to expand into Missouri near Springfield. Now, civil rights groups like the NAACP and Anti-Defamation League and state officials are calling it what it is, a modern-day experiment in segregation, racism, and legal loopholes.
Something about this white-owned community.
I don't think we should care about this, though. I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Like the NCAA should not even be sticking their nose in these people's business. Nobody who works at the NCAA should even care about this. Why would we want to go there in the first place? We not the highest twins.
He sets me off. And it sets me off because as a race, anytime black people try to get together and commune and have community for themselves, and only black people living around each other, you kill them. You take them out of here. So I could literally go on and on. Tulsa Massacre, Rosewood, East Street, St. Louis. I can literally go on and on. The move fight. We can't have nothing, but y'all want to have it. Y'all want to live alone. But when we wanted to live alone, you wanted to Red Cross. This just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, bro, that's some crazy shit when you really think about it, because the chances of us going to the Ozarks or whatever it is that they at, slim to none. We ain't going over there messing with the people. We want to be left alone. Every time we built something, they came and destroyed it. Even got the federal government involved. They was dropping, you know what I'm saying? They was using planes to put fires on Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? They deputized people to do that. It's interesting. We live rent free in their heads, man.
Furthermore, no one cares if they live alone. Please, furthermore, all this land is stolen. There were indigenous people here prior to you. So when they say things like, I want to be alone, I wish they'd go back to their country, where did you come from?
Hey, man, the irony is this, that they're probably walking literally on Native American land over there in Arkansas. Arkansas is a Native American name. That is an indigenous name. Arkansas has a meaning that's, man, hold on, let's do it right quick. I know the word Mississippi means big water. That's an Indian name. What does the word Arkansas mean? The word Arkansas comes from, there's a quapaw that's Indian, which means south wind, or people who live downstream. The name was given to the tribe by other native groups and adopted French explorers, and it has been spelled in various ways throughout history. Dog, isn't that irony, bro? Y'all are taking people's. It's already been taken. That's the thing. It's already been taken, and y'all want to claim it as white only. Indian people can't even live there. That's wild, bro. Indigenous people. Y'all know what the indigenous people look like.
Funniest part about that whites only town in Arkansas, black folks ain't mad, and you're mad, we not mad. So there's a brand new whites only town in Arkansas, and the gag is black people don't even care. Now, I've seen the comments. Aren't black people upset? Why are you mad about this? We gonna clear this up right now. Nobody's upset. See, one thing black people ain't gonna do is lose sleep over other people that want to create a safe space for themselves. Build your own little town, plant a flag, that's fine. Hang a welcome sign. Whatever makes you feel good.
Thought this life was a scam. My dad thought it was a $300 gift.
Whatever makes you feel good.
The person that's mad is Officer Tatum, the Hodge twins, and all that kind of stuff. Like, the only black people I know that would even want to be within 10 feet of that place.
Honestly, we got to be real about something because I saw the interviews, I saw the clips. This ain't a town of exceptional people. I mean, think about it. If you drop everything to move to this town, you probably already didn't have much going on anyway. And that's not shady. That's facts. So the question is again, why should black folks care? This is the part that cracks me up the most. Y'all want us to care. I see the confusion in your eyes. I see it. Y'all like, don't the blacks care? You don't think we want to be where we are? No. Nah. I just want to make sure when we build our communities, we're not cheated out of the things that we're supposed to have. That's all we care about, boo. And it's wild because history has shown as soon as black people do build their own thriving spaces, what happened? Some of your people roll up and burn the whole thing down.
Yeah.
But we're supposed to believe now y'all just want to be left alone. Child, I'm gonna tell you what really gets.
Hey, listen, dog. That's a part of the history, man. Real talk. There's been occasions where a white mob entered into churches and dragged people out of the church because somebody white said that that person did them something. They bombed churches. They bombed schools. They talk about black people and black on black crime, but the white on black crime far exceeds it. Real talk. You talk about black people doing this to each other all the time. If you added up the numbers and compared apples to apples, more black people have been killed at the hands of white people than black people killed at the hands of black people. I'm just calling a spade at this point, man. Y'all do a lot of shit. Real talk. We ain't just talking about Jim Crow. We talking about everything that y'all have done over history.
Gave it away for me though. The fact that they ran to the media, that's not prophecy, y'all. That's desperation. Numbers must be low. If you got to beg the evening news to let them know that you exist, wait list my ass. See, if black folks were building a town, the media would be the last people that we want to know.
Right.
About.
Keep this on the record.
We ain't trying to broadcast. But y'all couldn't wait to hold the press conference. That's not security, that's thirst. So no, we're not upset. We're not jealous. We're not even plotting to crash your party. Because truth be told, we really don't care. And honestly, that's what really bothers y'all.
Hello, guys. And bro, we got too much sauce to be wanting to go over there. What we gonna do? We like to have fun. We think about those damn goats and playing the flute. Real talk, I ain't gonna say all of us ain't thinking about playing the flute. I know some of y'all watching this probably know how to play the flute and play it well, but you get what I'm saying, bro. Like, nobody want to go over there to that lame vanilla shit.
Welcome to the Joy Report, where we get an outsider's view, then insider's clarity. There was a group of people in Arkansas that was trying to create a white-only town where they could feel safe and live apart from everyone else. They imagined building their own little world, untouched by diversity, responsibility, or accountability. At first, they treated it like a bold step towards independence, a declaration that they didn't need anyone outside their circle. But reality doesn't bend to fantasy. And now, the same folks who swore they could make it on their own are quietly turning back to the very systems they claimed to reject. Before we proceed, all credit goes to the creators of these videos. Let's roll a few more clips and I'll be
Shit, dog, that's crazy. They thought they were building a condo for white folks, and turned out this shit was more like Wish.com for Wyoming. This is crazy.
back with more commentary.
Them folks can't even make it 2 months without there being talks of them actually failing as a community, bro. I feel like Paul Atreides, Blazing Agai's type shit. That shit is nuts, bro. And I haven't seen anything that like concretely says it has failed. You know what I mean? But I can't infer what they're going through. Because if you look at how the farmers in Arkansas are dealing with the Trump administration, the Trump regime, you know, them farmers are struggling, and I'm assuming that them folks down there are struggling even more than the farmers. You know, because it's really funny, bruh. It's really funny because I had a whole bunch of white folks in the comments talking about oh, we don't need y'all, we don't need colors, we don't need the blacks, you know. But it's obvious that you do, you know, like a lot of the labor and a lot of the materials that y'all need in order to survive come from colored folks, come from people of color, you know what I mean? So I'm just do little victory lap type shit, you know. But I was right, goddamn it.
It's just crazy to me, the delusion of some of these people, dog. Like, non-whites have never done anything to whites in America, period. It just doesn't exist. You might have some one-off cases, but as a whole, y'all have always been on offense and colored people have always been on defense, right? That's the whole reason behind the civil rights movement. You motherfuckers wouldn't even let a nigga drink out the same water fountain with y'all. And some of y'all I've seen kiss dogs in the mouth. Not all of y'all. I've seen some black people do it too, but it's crazy how you could be white and kiss a dog in the mouth, but then say, nah, this nigga can't drink out this water fountain, right? That's crazy to me, bro. It's very, very interesting, man. You know what I'm saying? I've seen a couple of videos, you know, this might be anecdotal, this might be some false shit, but I've seen a couple of videos of a whole bunch of white people saying that they don't really bathe like with washcloths and they don't really bathe their, you know, scrub their legs because theoretically, if you wash up here and the soap is here, then it kind of trickles down and there you go, you're clean all of a sudden. That same person would be like, nah, man, this Negro getting this pool, we gotta drain this bitch. Can't be contaminating with the goddamn with the melanated folks. You see what you see where I'm going with this though? The logic never logics.
We switched in that culture. Old Spice CDTD, I stay perched 24/7, on and off the field, and in and out the tub. All that confidence comes from your face being on the bottom. That's it. Well,
The logic never logics.
so did y'all hear about the people that are moving to Arkansas? They want to build their own town. Stop it. So did you know also that now they are begging the government to help them?
Y'all looking for welfare? Oh my God. They not y'all looking for welfare, bro.
They want money for housing. They want money for food. I thought you were so above everyone and you can only be white to live here. Really? Use your whiteness and all that money that you claim you have and build your own town the way you said. No one
See, they tell them to lift themselves up by their bootstraps.
cares. No one cared that you had that land and you only wanted white people. You had to put in an application and they can deny your application because you weren't white enough and you weren't superior enough. Oh, really? So why do you need that same government to assist you, boo? That doesn't even make good common sense. And then they claim that they're so great at building and architecture and engineering, but they're not even qualified. If you look up the qualifications in their town, they don't match.
But the thing is, they've always needed government assistance. You got land grants. You had the fact that they started giving out loans so that people can buy homes because they weren't out there building them themselves, saving up the money, doing the labor. They wasn't doing it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then they didn't offer that same shit to black people. So yeah, y'all always needed a government, dog. Most black people, especially black people her age and older, guess what? When they bought houses, they had to buy them cash or they had to get on these installment plans in order to buy them. It wasn't a loan, it was an installment, right? And then a lot of times the white people who put them on the installment plans was crooked. Give you a prime example. Let's say the year is 1945. 55, whatever the case is. Let's say you in Detroit. A white person will have a house for sale. Let's say they want to sell it to you for $20,000. What will happen is they'll basically give you a month-to-month type of thing and you'll pay it off over time. But sometimes they'll change the damn price. You're just at the finish line about to make your last payment. Oh, the market increased. The house is now worth 30,000. So unfortunately, it's not paid off yet. You got to come up with an additional 7,000. And then some of them will just keep doing that. And then there was nothing you could do as a black person because guess what? When you go to the laws, they ain't on your side. Always need a handout, bro. Let's be real.
So the only qualifications it looks like they have, I'm white.
The idea of a whites-only town sounds powerful only in theory. In practice, it exposes just how much people rely on the work, skills, and infrastructure of those they try to exclude. They may have wanted a place where they didn't have to coexist with others, but you can't build a functioning town on slogans and fear. You need labor, money, medical care, teachers, builders, drivers, public services, technology, supply chains, and a tax base. You need people, real people, not just ideology. When a community limits itself to one narrow group in the name of safety or purity, it also limits access to talent, innovation, and economic circulation. Many of the people drawn to these isolationist fantasies believe that cutting themselves off from the diverse communities will make life simpler and safer. But safety doesn't come from shutting out the world. It comes from functioning within it. Towns that thrive do so because they are connected to other people, other ideas, other resources. What they often forget is that most of the infrastructure they take for granted is built and maintained through collective effort. If they want electricity, water, the internet, those services come from networks that don't stop at the town line. Even something as basic as emergency response Police, firefighters, hospitals require trained professionals who come from all backgrounds. Shutting out people while benefiting from their labor is not independence. That's hypocrisy packaged as self-reliance.
Hey, that's some crazy shit. Imagine him getting sick and then having to go to the city and the doctor there is black. Boy. Funny shit. Just imagine that, bro. You ain't got no people in your group that's doctors or nurses or any of that kind of stuff. So you got to go back to the city or the nearest town. You pull up there with your problems, and the black person got to assist you. That's gonna be tough because it's possible. It can happen.
The challenge they face is economic survival. Small towns don't generate wealth on their own. They need tourism, trade, jobs, and outside investment. If they want to run grocery stores, hardware shops, clinics, construction companies, or farms, they need workers and customers. A closed-off town with a limited skill pool cannot sustain an economy. They can't produce everything locally, and they certainly can't afford to import everything without a broader tax base. When somebody new moves in and nobody different is allowed to contribute, the town stagnates. Businesses close, schools underfund, hospitals shrink, and the young people leave. That's not safety, that's decay. Isolation also doesn't protect people from the responsibilities of the modern world. The same people shouting about government overreach end up lining up for assistance when floods come, roads collapse, or bodies run dry. And when the town isn't generating enough revenue, there's only one place left to turn: federal and state aid. That's when the pride quiets down and the paperwork comes out.
This country's so messed up. If they needed the help, they probably would fund this racist white only town. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Don't see anything wrong with this. And you know what, bro? They sit up there and let it go under the radar for a long time. Like I was thinking about Lily Gaddis, man. If I had a channel where I just constantly just said nothing but racist shit about white people or any group of people, they would have been got my black ass off. I wouldn't even been able to get to 170 something thousand subscribers. They'd have stopped me at like 3,000 or 4,000 subs, man. Real talk. You can only get on the internet and talk shit about black people that long before somebody demonetizes you, dog. You can't talk about nobody else, dog. You say talk about them people that run Hollywood too much. Maybe a video or two, you out of there, Bobby.
The very idea of a whites-only community also ignores the fact that America rests on the labor, creativity, and resilience of many different people. The irony is that the people who fear demographic change are the same ones depending on it the most. They want to separate from the world while enjoying the benefits of the open system. They want to distance themselves from others, but still demand access to work, taxes, and services of those they exclude, even if they try to rely strictly on one another.
He don't know what he's doing.
Taxes.
Look at this guy. A loser. How is gonna stay level, sir? You ain't got nothing supporting it. Your dumb ass holding it.
And services of those they exclude, even if they try to rely strictly on one another. The cracks will show fast. Who's going to staff the clinics? Who's going to do the manual labor? Who's going to take the children, build the houses, maintain the grid, with the food, and manage the finances? When the talent pool is limited by ideology instead of ability, incompetence rises and community health drops. That's how small towns shrink into shadows of themselves: empty businesses, aging populations, and rising desperation. The rumor itself reflects a mindset that many people have but don't want to admit. They think separation equals power, but power has always come from connection, exchange, and contribution.
She don't look like she's capable of doing anything handy. What value you gonna bring to that community out there in the middle of the woods? You probably just know how to make a matcha coffee or something like that. Matcha latte. That's it.
Community that cuts itself off is not protecting itself, it's starving itself. Independence is not built on exclusion, it's built on collaboration, access, and shared effort. The moment they need help, medical care, funding, schooling, food assistance, emergency services, they prove that they are not separate from the country they claimed to escape. So now the same people who didn't want to mix, didn't want to integrate, and didn't want to acknowledge others are quietly asking for assistance, hoping nobody points out the contradiction. The truth is simple. No town can thrive by itself to coexist. If you eliminate everyone you think you don't need, you'll eventually prove just how much you did.
Are you saying I'm stupid? No. Do I look stupid to you?
So what do you think? Was it really ever about safety? Or was it about control? Can a community that rejects the world survive without the world's help? And at what point does pride collapse under the weight of reality? Let me know your thoughts down in the comment section. I would love to keep this discussion going. Otherwise, that's it from me. I also have another video specific.
Crazy. This one here about a joy report, man. Go holler at your girl. But, yeah, man, that shit's gonna fail miserably. They don't stand a chance, man. They don't stand. When hating black people costs you everything. Let's get into this one. This one here is called. No, I mean this one here is by Gentleman's Den. I think I've done a video by him before. Y'all go show him some love. Let's get into it.
YouTube just looped my channel. Uh-oh. The chickens came home to roost. Let's get into the video.
What's up, folks? We are back again. Slightly different set today than I usually have. I'm also looking quite overweight in this sweater. I promise I have not gained weight.
Yeah,
Maybe a little bit. It is the day after Thanksgiving.
Hey, look, bro. Out the gate, he came out shooting. He said, "Yeah, you look like you in a caloric surplus." Yep.
We got a little bit of an announcement for you guys today. So not our usual content, but the tragedy of today that we are going to be talking to is not about black people attacking more whites on the trains.
What? Say, bro, they wanna incite this radical mindset into white people, bro. I'm starting to see that. I literally just saw Elon Musk post something about when hardworking white woman minding her business can't even get on the bus safely without somebody stabbing her. And I'm just like, because she's white. That's what he said, because of the color of her skin. Like there's a whole bunch of black men just going around stabbing white people just for the sake of them being white. That's a white person crime. Y'all lead the nation in hate crimes. And guess who the victims are in most of them? Black people. So don't try to spin that narrative, bro.
Shockingly enough, we are actually going to get to talk about something different. I know that
They just can't help themselves, bro. They just not.
Common thread that seems to be happening all the time. But today, you know what's happening? They're trying to keep a real nigga down. That's what they're trying to do because they cannot handle the truth. And this,
bro, how can you hate us, but then you say shit like that? How would you even know that that's a thing? They trying to keep a real one down. We created that. Everything y'all say y'all got from us is giving. F around and find. Actually, a white dude found out. I ain't gonna hold you up. But y'all get where I'm going with this. All our slang, they use it and then they fucking repurpose it.
it's just the facts. When you come speaking,
She's trying too hard, bro. This is the reason why she's a failed white supremacist, because she's trying too hard. It's just not hidden like she think it is.
Yeah, I like my white supremacy to flow naturally. Shouldn't have to try hard if that's how you really feel.
about certain things, if you're raising racial awareness, let's say, if you are, heaven forbid, pro-white or a pro-white voice out there, which I always
pro-white is anti-black. That's what pro-white is to these low IQ individuals.
Will be and will always influence my content no matter what it is. They will try to keep you down. I've said in a couple other videos that there's pipeline of cancellation. So what this is here's the top tier of cancellation. The top part of cancellation is they will try to smear your name. So they'll put out hit pieces and they'll try to cancel you. But we're living in a post-cancel culture society where that doesn't really work anymore. In fact, it's
post-cancel society, but you got your YouTube channel demonetized. How do that make sense?
Actually lends a little credibility to your name, and you've gained a little loyal, staunch group of supporters rather, of people who don't care about the media slams, so they don't quit there.
You got a bunch of low IQ white people that's subscribing to your channel, listening to you talk about black people every day. Because if you guys go to her channel, she got 1,000 videos talking about black people. So it's not nothing new.
When they can't.
And the thing is this, the average black person ain't even thinking about white people like that. Not on offense. We're thinking about it from a defensive standpoint. Real talk, damn. Hope this white lady I'm walking behind don't scream at the top of her lungs and draw some attention and people think I'm doing her something. Because I see so many of those videos out there, bro.
I'm calling the police. You look suspicious.
And I look black.
Maybe.
Racist neighbor calls 911 on a black man moving in. He's the Boston police chief. She thought she was protecting the neighborhood, but what she really protected was her own prejudice. 38-year-old Jennifer Morrison had lived in the Glendale Arms apartment complex for 6 years. So when she saw a black man using a key to open the door next to hers, she didn't ask a question, didn't pause, didn't consider context. She simply decided he didn't look like he belonged and assumed he was breaking in. She confronted him. "Are you sure you live here? You look suspicious." The man replied calmly, "Of course I live here. I just moved in last week." Before calling 911, she even muttered under her breath, "You look suspicious." But the black man she accused wasn't a stranger, wasn't a trespasser, and wasn't a criminal. He was Boston's newly appointed police chief, Marcus Thompson. He had just signed a 1-year lease and had moved into apartment 412 days earlier. The entire exchange was captured by the hallway security camera. And once the footage spread across social media, her life collapsed almost instantly. She was fired by her employer. Her landlord terminated her lease. She was sued by Chief Thompson for defamation, and a court ordered her to pay $120,000 in damages.
Gotcha. Gotcha. So I would like to thank everyone that was involved with this negotiation.
Like, what are you doing walking here? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, nah, black people ain't out here doing nothing to white people, man. Real talk. Man, when I was growing up and we saw white people in the neighborhood, we knew not to mess with them. That could bring shit to the hood. Oh. And if they did come to the neighborhood, we thought they was probably buying drugs or they was the police. And we avoided them if we wasn't living that lifestyle. It's crazy, bro. We don't be doing nothing to y'all.
Defame you or smear your name or ruin your reputation, then they will try to take you off platforms. Hang on, the dog's screaming.
She getting this talking point from Andrew Tate, bro. This one.
Take away your platform. And they can't take away your platform or get you banned. Then they will take away your means of funding the project. They will demonetize you so that you cannot make the money that's necessary to continue putting out the content. If they can't stop you, well, then they try to either jail you or ruin your life through lawfare, or what's happening to Candace Owens, maybe even put out a hit on your life.
Ma'am, it's not that serious, ma'am. Ain't nobody thinking about you like that.
If she's a fan of Candace Owens, what does that tell you? That is crazy. Yeah. A white supremacist is a fan of Candace Owens.
You think you bigger than the program. This woman really thinks she's that important just because she went viral by saying the N-word. Ain't nobody trying to jail. Ain't nobody trying to counsel you. You just lost your monetization on YouTube because you a low IQ racist. It's very simple, man. You caused this on yourself.
Well, I am in the middle phase right now. I was just demonetized on YouTube. This happened this past week. I didn't announce it because I was trying to appeal the process and whatever, but that's what's going on, folks. I've been demonetized on YouTube.
Who is this?
And I always wondered about creators who made a big deal about that until I realized, oh, that's your sole form of income. So now I'm just making videos for free, and I have the electricity bill for all the billions of lights that's in here. I have to pay for the equipment. Now he looks like he's dying.
Hey man, but good news for her, right? Good news for her. White people will fund her. Real talk. There's one thing I'll say about white folks, bro. They got a history of funding white supremacy. They will do it. Her fans will send her money to keep the lights on, bro. I'm dead ass serious. I've seen it happen so many times. I've seen it happen a lot, bro. But who is this woman? I've never heard of her.
See what cactus water does to my blood sugar. This is the strangest way I've ever seen to eliminate.
Bro. But who is this woman? I've never heard of her.
You have to pay for the equipment. Stop whining. Lay on right there. You got to pay for the equipment. You still have to pay for people who make the thumbnails. You got a lot of bills to do, aside from the builds of natural life there. So yes, I have officially been demonetized on YouTube, which was my sole form of income. Aside from a few tiny little outlets here and there, YouTube was my main money maker. And I'm kind of stupid. I don't have a 5-year plan. I don't plan ahead. I live in the moment. I put it all out there. I'm an open book. I live with my.
She told you that she's stupid. She don't have a 5-year plan. She just live in the moment. And I want you guys to understand is this woman went viral. She had her 15 minutes of fame by calling black people the N-word. That's it. And this past Halloween, she put black shoe polish on her face, talking about black women and black women are ghetto.
Oh, that's who this is. Okay, I remember. I saw that clip. You big dummy. Oh Lord, Jesus. Room temperature IQ. Smooth brain activities. Simple one-cell organism body. That's what it is, dog. This some crazy shit right here, bro.
This is where she got her attention from. And she got demonetized. And what she's doing right now is she's trying to gather her audience up so she can beg them for money.
Yeah,
because what happened to these low IQ individuals when they lose their monetization on it? They gonna get it. Just like they got that one viral going around calling black people the N-word and pulling the gun on them. They found out where he worked. He lost his job, and now he on Twitter begging people for money instead of hope.
Bro, I mean, how many times I gotta tell y'all this, man? Racist people in general are stupid. They really are. This dude recorded himself doing that, and he has a whole job. What, you thought you was untouchable? Oh, you thought you was invincible. That's what that was. Oh, I'm such a hard-working person. I know they ain't gonna let me go. Or they don't care about black people. Why would I get fired for this? Or you lucky somebody ain't blow your head off, man.
Holding themselves accountable. I love it.
Heart on my sleeve. If I say something, I couldn't censor myself. I refuse to censor myself. It's just impossible. I really tried my best. Believe it or not, what you saw on YouTube was the vanilla me. It was like the vanilla of the vanilla.
Oh, really?
I tried my best, but they want to keep it down, and that's what they're doing. So,
who is they? Please explain to me who is they, ma'am.
Oh, all that to say, we will persist. The truth will prevail. These people.
Nah, you can go to X and talk your shit, right? Elon Musk is a white supremacist. His dad's a white supremacist, so I just have to assume he's one. Then he just said that black people are going around attacking whites just because they're white. So yes, I have to assume he's a white supremacist. But you go over there and talk your shit all day over there. Over here on YouTube, you gotta abide by the community guidelines because YouTube ain't trying to go out of business. So they cannot attract advertisers to spend money when they got people like you spewing the rhetoric that you spew, the hate rhetoric and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, they're gonna demonetize you because you're a mean, hateful, spirited person.
People think, in all seriousness now, these people think that if you take away people's form of income, if you ban them off of platforms, where I'm sure I will be banned on YouTube soon, they think that that can stop the truth. Well, it can't stop people's eyeballs. So even if there was not a single podcaster in the world talking about these sorts of things, you see it for yourself. You've experienced it for yourself. You feel a fear about walking around in the streets that you pay for. You feel fear to get on a train, despite the fact that your taxpayer money goes to pay for that train.
Bro, what she's doing, she acting like she writing a new script, man. People been talking about being afraid of black people and black people on the train. This woman is like a stray dog. She's trying to find her position inside the conservative movement, right? The white supremacist movement. But these people don't fuck with her, right?
Oh,
Do you think that they gonna give her any type of job or give her any type of money?
yeah.
Now that
I think they're gonna give her money, bro. If she start to GoFundMe, depending on the size of her channel, dog, I believe she can get a little money to hold her over until she figure out her next move. I think she will get some money. I've seen it so many times, dog. The white supremacists get behind each other, pun intended.
She done lost her monetization on YouTube. These people don't give a damn about her. It's just a bunch of low IQ people that watch her channel just to hear some degenerate black porn. That's all she do. She do the same shit that the Hodge twins and the rest of these black conservatives do. They go find a random video online and they react to it. That's it, man. You're not reinventing the wheel. You're not doing nothing that we not already done heard or seen before.
Because it's dangerous in society. We just happen to be talking about it. We're just not lying. We're just telling the truth. And the people who tell the truth are attacked constantly. My friends are being sued for millions of dollars.
Good.
The censorship clouds are really moving in. It's starting to get bad out there. Also, if you
How about hold yourself accountable? How about that?
to support what I'm doing, because I will always be a pro-white voice. I will always be a pro-white activist. You know where I stand on that. I have started a new channel.
Pro-white means racist, dog. That's what it means. Pro-black means, listen, I want the betterment. I want to better my people. It ain't about going out there and messing over other people. It's about us doing it for self, helping each other out, looking out for our interests. That's what that means.
No, it's called Club Gaddis over on YouTube as well. So if you want to go support me, go follow that channel, because I don't really genuinely don't know how much longer this channel is going to be up. Probably won't be up for that long.
Good.
The powers that be who have certainly got the call.
This woman really thinks she's that important, bro. She really thinks that somebody is after her, bro. Oh, bro. Like, ma'am, you are a racist. YouTube don't allow that on the platform. Speaking hatred towards another group. Come on now. Where's the accountability? Oh, you're a woman, so I don't expect you to hold yourself accountable for anything.
If the powers that be get their way, we will not be around for much longer. So what I'm doing on this other channel is I'm promoting cultural values. I'm promoting Euro-American values, and I'm
First, what?
take everything that I've learned in politics and actually put it towards something that can help the country. I think at this point,
Basically, what she's saying is she don't want to talk about black people no more. It's not paying anymore. It's not. The well have ran dry. It's not working anymore because racism is too expensive. And think about the white racist people that's in power. Do you think they're gonna do business with this? See, they love crash outs like this. All the white supremacists that you're seeing out here crashing out, calling people the N-word, running up on black people at their job, pulling the gun on them. They losing their job and they coming online doing a GoFundMe. This goes to show you that these people don't give a damn about you, right? They think about just saying the N-word and doing blackface. That's gonna get them fame and wealth or something like that. No, ma'am. And then these people are so low IQ that they think that YouTube won't just snatch away their monetization whenever they feel like. And they put their whole livelihood into YouTube. And not only that, I want you guys to think about this. This woman has ruined her reputation. She can't be employed nowhere.
Yeah, even if they don't know who she is, eventually somebody gonna pop up like, hey, aren't you such and such? And they're gonna submit an anonymous tip to whoever it is and say, hey man, you got a white supremacist working for you. Gotta get rid of her. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Nobody's gonna hire her. So she better make sure that she can get monetized. She probably gotta make OnlyFans. Because ain't no white supremacist movement gonna give her no money. They gonna leave her out here to dry.
They're all somewhat black.
Damn, bro, you just gave her $1 million idea, man. Real talk. You know, she be like the first white supremacist OnlyFans model. Man, she gonna sell out the boy. Damn, she gonna make that money, dog.
The global cabal that runs everything. There are powers that be, shadowy creatures that we now know who they are, that control the system. They control the tech. They control Silicon Valley. They control our politicians.
Bro, you gotta be a low IQ. How do y'all listen to it? I'm not surprised.
All these different methods, and this is just the facts. And there's really not a lot we can do about that. We can try to infiltrate the institutions. We can try to gain institutional power, and that's what I suggest any young man do. And we can support creators who are out here discussing this. There has been a great awakening in the past 2 years. People know the genie's out of the bottle. The game is up. We know. We're on to you. We know who you are.
We know one thing about you. You're crying right now because you ain't got no money coming in.
Know what you're doing, and we know what you want from our country. And there's no stopping that awakening. So what I can do, I can't change politics. I'm never going to run for office. I don't think women belong in politics. This is as close to the sun as I shall fly when it comes to.
Ma'am, you're not that smart. You're not that intelligent. You don't have any talent. The right-wing conservative movement, the white supremacists, they don't need you. Lyndon B. Johnson said it best about these low IQ whites, these poor whites. Ma'am, you don't have a child by a white man. So how are you even pro-white? You a single mother. You're not married.
Whoa!
So what are your?
Whoa! She got kids and it ain't about no white man. What?
And what?
I do, quite frankly.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Have a mixed race child. So not only does she say the N-word, admit to being unashamedly racist, she also has a black child.
What?
This is why I don't like to speak on things on a particular nature as a black man, because it is exhausting. But I know it's important and somebody has to. This woman went on live national television and admitted that she is a racist. This black child, because that's what the child is, deserves to be taken away from their racist mother. The only time you'll hear me saying a child needs to be taken away from the parent is if the child is in a dangerous environment. And that is exactly what being a black child of a racist mother is. If a child's parent is publicly dealing with addiction, publicly abusing the child, publicly neglecting the child, etc., people are going to step in and take that child away from that parent. This should be no different. If anything, we don't even know all the different possibilities that could occur from this black child having such a race.
Oh, I got a perfect
too. A black parent who had adopted a Jewish child and proclaimed different hate against Jews. It doesn't. I don't think there would be a hesitation on taking that hypothetical child away from that hypothetical parent. So before anything happens to this child at the hands of this racial parent, or if the child is put in a terrible situation, it's time to get that child a better home.
Man, that is crazy. But guess what? A perfect clip to sum up what's going to happen to this child. I'm going to show y'all right now. Backstory. She went on a date with a biracial man who was half black, half white. And I'm going to just let you know what happened by letting her tell.
The weirdest dating stories from Chicago was going on a date with a light-skinned black man who was incredibly racist towards black people. And when I say racist, I mean like I could have been on a date with a KKK member, knowing damn well this man had darker skin. This man was raised by a white mom who would not let him get protective styles because it, quote, looked too ethnic. And she also had Americana decor, which is basically just like black people as decorations around her house. Fucking nightmare fuel. We're on this date and he looks around and he's, yeah, we don't want to be here too late. There's some really seedy people around here. And I looked in with my jaw just completely dropped. It was almost entirely black people at this event, which just was a complete coincidence. It was my first time being on a date with somebody who was racist and was a person of color. So I was like, I don't agree. I feel safe. Like, I don't know why you say something like that. He just started to get mad at me for not seeing the danger situation. And the entire situation was really bizarre, and I ended up obviously not texting him. The point being, white moms of mixed kids are really fucking these people up. Like, this is really sad for them to grow up with that sort of hatred of their own skin.
Yep, so that's what's going to happen to her child. Now, I want to know which came first, the child or the racist. Was she racist and couldn't control herself when she got around a black man, exuding all of that masculine energy with melanin popping, and he got the veins and stuff, and we look masculine as a people, bro. It's what it is, and women like masculinity. She not control herself in that situation and allowed herself to open up her womb to this dude, and then he ultimately left her, and that caused her to hate all niggas. Or did she, I don't know. Which one was it? That's all I want to know. Doobie. Or did she, I don't know. Which one was it? That's all I want to know.
Values. What are you talking about? Your claim to fame was talking about us. You're welcome. And now the chickens came home to roost. This is what's going to happen with a lot of these white supremacists online. They think that they can build a channel talking about black people all day.
She gotta go
trying to rally up the rest of these low IQ whites talking about, oh, you should be afraid to go on a train. You should be afraid to walk past white people, black people, and go in black communities. When 80% of the murders that happen in the white community is by the hands of other white people. See, she don't want to hold her community accountable. They always want to point the blame and point the finger and talk about everybody else instead of holding themselves accountable. Stop saying they and these people and the power and me. Ma'am, you created this narrative. You the reason why your broke ass ain't able to make no more money on YouTube. And if you try to appeal it and it get approved, it's still another 90 days before you can get your monetization back, man. You finna be struggling. The only thing that you can probably do is hopefully that your audience give you money. You begging for money. I guess that's the only thing. Because talking about black people, I told you guys, there's an end to that. It's going to happen to the Hodge twins. It's going to happen to Anton Daniel. It's going to happen to the Cartier family. It's going to happen to all of them because they can't.
Wait, Anton Daniels is talking about black people too? That's crazy work. That's crazy. That is crazy.
Can help themselves because just reacting to black degenerate porn, that's going to only get you so far. Right? That shit boring. They want to see you do something else. These white supremacists follow these people. They want to see them go to the extreme. That's why she painted her face with black shoe polish. And she talk about black people all single day. Come on now. And YouTube said, you know what? Watch this.
To politics. So I can't do much in the political scene. I did my part. Not gonna lie. I did a good part in the cultural awakening. I helped to break that glass ceiling of cancel culture and of stigmatized speech and of political correctness. And that's what
ma'am, you demonetized. What did you tell me? You didn't break your counsel, ma'am. They showed you.
And they only do that stuff on the internet. You would never say that type of shit in front of a group of black people. Come on now.
Whipped your ass back in line. Now you trying to clean up your speech, make another YouTube channel, and not talk about black people as much. I told you guys, you don't talk about us. Nobody will recognize them. They are unknown. They're going to be in the shadows somewhere panicking. This is a cry for help video right here. She want her audience to pay her bills. She's looking for the rest of these white supremacists, hoping that they give her a job or give her some money. But guess what they going to do? Guess what the elite white people going to do? Nothing.
At all.
They going to look at her like, bitch, you done.
You ain't finna get none of this money, baby. You ain't gonna bring me down with you either. I already know what's gonna happen. Man, hey, dog, they gonna cut you off.
I came in like a firebrand and I destroyed it. I've enjoyed politics to its max. I debated that Piers Morgan about racial slurs on national, international television.
Man, does our audience know as a whole that she gotta have black baby? Do they know that?
You debated him about the N-word, ma'am. That's not nothing. I guess that's a win for her, right? So she don't have a talent. She's not smart. I guess that's the win for her. By debating Piers Morgan about using the N-word. Congratulations.
Right. I went nuclear viral for using a racial slur. I created a platform. I talked all about politics. I've enjoyed talking about politics. I've enjoyed talking about the issues that have befallen our country. But there's two sides of me. I don't just want to rant about crime statistics because they will always be with us. Until we can fix this problem, that will always be with us. But what we can change is we can change our culture one person at a time. And
see, this is what I'm saying.
What do you want the culture to be? A whole bunch of hateful ass people? That's what you want the culture to be?
That's what we've been telling y'all to focus on anyway. Y'all culture. And y'all got an evil and the degenerate culture that y'all need to be focused on, man. Instead of talking about black people all day. But the only reason why you trying to talk about white culture is because you're not getting paid about talking about black people no more. That's all it is. But congratulations, man. You played yourself. I don't want to react no more to this guy, to this low IQ individual video. Y'all can go check these out. But anyways, make sure you guys like this video. Comment on the video. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. I'll see you guys on the next one.
Let's go. Let's go. Hey man, listen, the Lord's work is working, goddammit. So shout out to Gentleman's Den. Make sure you hit the sub for your boy too, man. If you was liking what I was putting down, man. Yeah, bro. We doing the work.
Turns out you should never sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a much better way you can get paid a way bigger check without suing, without going to court.
What's your name from birth? Well, my real registered name is Rexton Ralston Fernando Gordon.
I'm going to ask him a question that I think everybody's been asking me, and I'm sure they've been asking you. What the hell are you saying?
Many people doesn't understand, but I be on the pipeline of progress. I was a kid. Real Africans, yo, we did the real things of the world. So I give it up to PRS1 for the Boogie Down production.
Why do these women love you so much?
It's no secret to the girls out there. They know it. You could never be a real gentleman if you can't please ladies out there who want their profit. Hey, something about bedroom bully. Well, bedroom bully, that's a concept of if you can't rule your bedroom, then don't go look a 9 to 5. A man got to rule his bedroom.
Now, what's your name from birth?
You'll never believe these cars were once six-figure monsters. They were not just fast, few could outrun actual supercars. Today, you can buy them for the price of a used Toyota, but the final car's price will blow your mind. These are the fastest cars on Earth that nobody wants anymore. Take the BMW M5 E60, for example. A 500 horsepower V10 sedan that screams like a Formula One car. When it was new, it cost around $100,000. But because of brutal maintenance costs and reliability issues, you can find one today for $15K to $20K. Then there's the Cadillac CTS-V, a luxury sedan powered by a Corvette ZR1 supercharged engine, making 556 horsepower and doing 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. But long term, buyers walked away, and now they've dropped it into the $20K to $30K range. Unlike my $1 million Corvette C8, I'll get if we reach 100K subscribers. Subscribe, please. Next up, the Mercedes-Benz E63 AMG. This car has a twin-turbo V8 engine pumping out to 577 horsepower, but ownership costs scared people away. Today, these $100,000 monsters just go for $25K to $30K. And it gets crazier. The Audi S8 D4 had 520 horsepower and quattro all-wheel drive, a true sleeper sedan. But depreciation hit like a brick wall, and you can grab one for $25,000. But finally, we have the Maserati Quattro Porte. Ferrari DNA, over 400 horsepower, Italian styling. New, it was over $120,000. But today, you can find them for just under $20K. You'll never believe these cars were once six-figure monsters.
Did you see what Sha'Carri Richardson did to the NBC reporter? She looked right through him. After winning the U.S. title, every major network was lined up, begging for a soundbite. They wanted the exclusive. They wanted the headlines. But Sha'Carri, she put her sunglasses on, and she kept walking. She walked past NBC. She walked past ESPN. Cold, silent, visible. The audacity is actually sickening. You don't get to kick someone when they're down, and then expect a seat at their table when they win. Remember 2021? These same microphones weren't looking for her opinion. They were looking for her breakdown. They zoomed in on her tears. They debated her character on national TV for weeks. They treated her like a circus animal just to get ratings. Sha'Carri didn't forget that. She saw the fake love coming a mile away. She didn't stop for the Giants. She walked all the way to the end of the line and stopped for Tiara Williams, a black woman from a small, independent block. The message was brutal.
What's up, buddy boy? Keep doing it. But you do got some homework. What's on his lip? Food? Nah. You cold? You still got food on your mouth. Lick the food off your mouth. Okay. So everybody's going to basketball practice with Noah? Yeah, see if they overlap. It might overlap. Yeah, go find out and see it. Cause next year he can play basketball instead of wrestling since he doesn't, wants to switch it up. All right. Yeah, I don't mind him going to basketball if he can shoot. All right, so ask him. Yep, ask him and see what's up with basketball. All right. Yep. Bye bye. Hey, did you find the tablet? Uh, yeah. All right. Yeah. Where's the bath? Where's your room? What about inside the couches? All right. Well, take another day, 3 days, 2 weeks to get the bedroom done so you can find the tablet. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. All right. Bye bye. Okay, later. Bye. I love you, boy. Later. Congratulations, ladies. Yeah, boy.
What's the my name different?
Justin, nice to meet you.
Make it true.
Can't shake my hand. I'm just taking a walk around my neighborhood, seeing if I people, maybe make some friends or something.
Oh, okay. I have a number.
We can just connect on a business level then. What you into?
When
What you do?
I'm an Instagram model.
Uh,
Yeah.
You look for somebody like maybe manage that or not? Like
You don't really look like the fact that can elevate you.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
It's nice to meet you then. Go bigger. What's up?
What you say that was?
Why it matter?
Let's start over.
What did we start over for? You going over there for no reason. Now listen, I just told you not getting in. You want to talk to me? Come over here. Come over here. Or I'm gonna pull off on you.
Sorry.
Sorry is with action, not words.
Man, don't be like that. Let me in here.
What's up? What you want?
Obviously, I won't. No.
You don't deserve to get in. Watch out.
Watch you like that. You have you
What's going on? So, doing too much now. What's up, man? What you want to talk about? For you wasting my time right now.
I thought you said that my song go come on. Don't be like that.
You doing so let go of my let go of me. Let go of my your hand gonna get busted in here, all right?
Be like that. Don't be like that.
Nothing. You doing too much,
Don't be like that. Let me get in here with you. Let me get in here with you. Thank you.
It up.
Yeah, boy.
What's the loving distance?
Chapter is a I think there's something unique about this chapter that we haven't seen in Fortnite here. Let's start with the new island. This is the perfect fusion of every Fortnite map we've got at this point. I see little bits of chapter 3, chapter 5, chapter 6, chapter 4. My favorite spot to line up by far has been Tip Top Terrace. I like how there's been some meaningful shakeups to the gameplay. Like
This next topic here comes from a live stream who's a bit odd. Her name's Lena Lynn. And I'm gonna just some of these clips. It's a lot to watch. She's from New York, so throwing off too much. She's at a nail salon. She's on the lights. She used to be a mom.
So we will not let that. Oh, man, damn. Oh, and the language that you're using in 13-year-old, I don't appreciate. I mean, this is a public space, so I know that. This is a public space, you know. So well, and we wait our turn like right. No, in a public space. I'm just letting you know, like, no, sometimes you don't have hey, like. Please use global language. Oh my God, that I think there are possibly so we kind of have an understanding. I'm not lying. That will okay. Well, I appreciate you cleaning it up. Oh, of course. Yeah. It's like the most fair all the way. So.
Yeah, she got her cameraman go and apologize, probably. Which that's what the mom was having an issue with.
1, 2. Do not be required.
I'm saying that.
It's just me. We got one.
Hold on. It's not even. We're not even close.
And I'm already done.
But is you finished?
Apparently not.
We can't do that here.
Yeah.
1, 2. Oh, that's it. Oh, we have to.
Yeah.
Right. We have to do that. Yeah. Bitch. Shit.
Guys, I'm gonna struggle through this because I haven't watched this close. So
Yeah, but I'm in a public space. No way to conduct yourself in a place of business. People are trying to have a moment, when you go to the spa, it's not a spa, but I mean it's a place for your toes and stuff. You're trying to get a mani-pedi, right? It's a place that you're here to get treatment. I don't need to hear you and your shenanigans and acting like a teenager in a public bus at the end of the school day. Own ass person.
Oh my God. Shit. Jeez. It might go get you to this gang. This right here is crazy. $230.
Hold up.
This shit is really like
This shit. She's jacking that shit.
yeah, but she just put the butter on top and then she scanned that and she didn't scan the other.
Yes.
Yeah.
Take the wrapper off for them. This shit look kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie. That looks crazy.
hello. Over there.
What?
Your tea. Wait, my hat. Yo, what the fuck is it? What's wrong? What the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Are you? Yo, he's dead better put my hand in that shit, bro. Yo, you might be fucking with me, bro. Are you good in the head? On the head? Stupid ass, bum ass bitch. Come out the fucking car. Not that ass. Come out the car. Come out the car. Come out the car. Nah, f that shit. Yo, come out the car, bro. Come out the car. Come out. Come out the car. That ass. Come out the car. Pull up. Hey.
95% of the reason why
you pulled up to him, they pulled up.
The 95% of the reason why he didn't get out of the car, I think he's just confused by the. I'm not. That's not.
It had a New York cat.
Just because New York cat don't mean Asian girls like that all talk like her New York.
He heard that.